Chapter 588. 1212. On the bank of a river in Lantian County, a group of people shouted and pulled baskets up. Bamboo crowns were placed under the baskets, and ropes were tied to the crowns. More than half of the baskets were filled with mud. Zhou Shaowei's men were guarding at the side, and the people working were slaves from the southwest barbarians. Li Yi finally thought of what work could be done. Each county was assigned more than 1,000 people to clean up the mud in the river. In winter, there was less water to clean up the mud. It was convenient, but it was cold. Out of the 20 counties, 6 counties would be cleaned first. After 6 counties were cleaned up, 6 counties would be changed. In the other 2 counties, slaves who dug coal would be transferred to do it. The left and right guards and left and right valiant guards would take turns to guard, and their wages would be handed over to the Ministry of War. Li Yi was in charge of their meals, and the slaves did not receive money from the county for their work. In fact, they should ask for money from the Ministry of Works, which was considered as helping the Ministry of Works. Li Yi knew that if he did not get the money, Wei Zhigu would not give him money, nor would he give him money. He would just treat it as doing a good deed. What right did he have to raise nearly 12,000 slaves next to Tang? And what if other rich families raised 1,000 guards? Did they want to rebel? The key was that Li Yi knew that many people would erect a long life memorial tablet for him. This was the will of the people. The people could not give him much money, so he simply did not ask for money. The slaves were idle anyway. Lantian County was close, and the team arrived first. They brought baskets, crowns, ropes, and backpacks with daily necessities. When they arrived, they jumped down to work in their boxers. Li Yi did not care if they would get sick after a few decades. When the Tang dynasty asked the people to transfer slaves, the people did the same. Some even went down naked. Li Yi was distressed that the villagers could not do it. The people of the Tang dynasty could do it, but the slaves were nobler than them. When they were working, some people were beaten from time to time. The captives who came later were not fully integrated into the big families, so they were lazy when they were working. Zhou Shaowei watched and recorded the scores. When the other captives saw this, how could they let it go? If you are lazy, we will be unlucky and beat you. After being beaten, they suddenly became diligent when they were working again. The local people stood on the shore and watched. As they watched, they realized the situation. Everyone help me weave baskets. Wicker, youtiao, and bamboo baskets are easy to break. Someone shouted that the broken basket would delay their work. In Lantian County, there would be droughts and floods. If the river was cleaned, there would be fewer floods. There was no need to worry about the drought as there were newly dug wells. That's right. Each family will contribute 1 basket. This is for us to work on ourselves. The person who sells the baskets offers 2 baskets, but you guys are faster. Another person followed suit and shouted. After shouting, he went back home to get a basket of youtiao. It would take half a day to weave a basket of youtiao. The people who specialized in making baskets and selling them were very fast. They had wooden shelves, so it was very easy to make baskets on the shelves. Some of the people in the county town even went to buy baskets. It was not worth it to make 1 by themselves. If they had time to work, they could earn a few baskets of money. In a village that was not a county town, the village chief organized people to weave baskets, especially those who were not in good health and could not do heavy work. The village provided for them. No one would be at a disadvantage if they helped out at the side basket. Otherwise, if the Ministry of Works found someone to clear up the silt, he would have to jump in himself to dig. Now that there were people working for free, why couldn't they contribute a basket? Dongzhu, the team of chitin envoys in Chang'an is here. There are only 4 of them. They said that they can come over at any time. Song found Li Yi, who was passing bamboo shoots to the pandas and communicating with them. Come in. I'll meet them here. Li Yi passed a bamboo shoot to the pandas. The pandas who were taking care of the children reached out and took it. They hugged it and started chewing. They did not want the outer layer and only ate the inner layer. They were taking care of their children and needed to eat good food. You still have to eat bamboo. It's not that I can't afford to feed you guys. It's your gastrointestinal needs. I know you like to eat meat more, but eating too much meat is not good for your health. Look at me. Sometimes I eat vegetables. At night, I want to exchange a baby with you. If you keep drinking milk powder, the baby's body is not healthy enough. Li sat there and looked at the road and talked to the pandas. Pandas could not bathe, so the smell was not good. Li sat in the limelight. Bang! Bang! The pandas slammed the cage. They had finished eating and were waiting for Li to send the next one. Li was talking, so the pandas reminded him. Here, do you know how much a big bamboo shoot like this costs now? This is stored in the ice cellar. The others are soaked in salt water. I didn't bring them for you. Those that have been soaked in salt water have to be soaked in salt water. They are all skinless and can be eaten by people. In the ice cellar, you need to light a kerosene lamp first. Use the kerosene lamp to reduce the oxygen in the air and increase the carbon dioxide. Li started to explain to the pandas how to store the bamboo shoots they ate. After the amount of ice in the ice cellar was set, a few kerosene lamps were put into light, and the cellar was sealed. When the kerosene lamp burned to a certain extent and there was no more oxygen, it would be extinguished and sealed in the cellar. The kerosene lamp burned in the cellar and consumed oxygen. The carbon dioxide increased, and the metabolism of the bamboo shoots slowed down. It was equivalent to Li's air storage at that time. It was better than a cold storage. The pandas ate and listened. Anyway, they did not understand. They only knew that they were happy to be able to eat fresh bamboo shoots in winter. You gave birth late. Other pandas' babies are already old enough to eat soy sauce. Look at yours. Someone is here. When Li and the pandas were talking, for people came over, there were 3 officials from the Honglu Temple. They were responsible for recording what they heard and saw. Li Dongzhu, no, Dr. Li. My name is Tian Qingyuan, the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple. These 2 are the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple, Lu Tang, and the Registrar, Chang Sanwanyan. Tian Qingyuan introduced himself and the other 2 officials. He was a secondary class rank 4. The Vice Minister was a secondary class rank 6, and the Registrar was a secondary class rank 9. Li stood up and returned the greeting. Tian Qingyuan continued to introduce the 4 Khitans. The Khitans did not have surnames. They just gave themselves names. They are Brother Bo, Sire, Na Duo, and Chi Ken Han. He finished the introductions in 1 sentence. The 4 of them bowed. Li returned the greeting again. The 4 of you are here in Zhuangzi to witness the friendship between the Tang dynasty and the Khitans. Songda, invite Bacharka and his brothers over. Songda left. 8 maids and eunuchs placed a small table and chairs, as well as a plate of fruit and tea. It's not cold here. We have pandas, so there's a heating system underground. The room is stuffy and can't hold many people. Li explained why he did not invite them into the room. Bang, bang. The pandas smacked the wood. There was no more. There was more. Li picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it to the pandas. The pandas took it and sat at the edge of the cage, watching the group of people eat as they ate. It meant that they could talk among themselves. I won't talk to you. Remember to pass me food. Not long after, 390 people arrived. They were reading the Hanyu Pinyin page of the newspaper. They were talking to each other as they walked over. When they arrived, they bowed to Li almost simultaneously. Li Dongzhu. Li returned the greeting with a fist salute. The 390 people looked at their own envoys in Chang and nodded slightly as a greeting. The 4 envoys were speechless. They felt stifled. Whose side are you on? We should be your superiors. Shouldn't you be closer to us? Go and get some stools. I can't take care of you all by myself, Li said casually to the Khitan captives. The 390 people dispersed. They knew where the stools were. Chapter 589. 390 people came back, each with a folding stool. They lined up and sat down with their legs together, chest out, hands naturally placed on their legs. The 4 Khitan envoys secretly praised, "Beautiful! This is our Khitan non-commissioned officer." "Dr. Li," Brother Bo's face darkened, "when did our Khitan sign an alliance with the Tang dynasty?" Li Yi picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it to the panda. "You can eat meat. Your stomach is not good. You can't stop eating bamboo shoots. You have to learn from others, adjust yourself, and see the situation clearly. You still have children to raise. Eat some other bamboo. You can't communicate with us, so we spoil you. Otherwise, if you were a human and could understand human language, I wouldn't feed you like this. I'll give you 2. Don't keep hitting the cage." Li Yi said as he handed over another bamboo shoot. The panda was indeed happy. It put the new bamboo shoot on its legs and continued to eat. Li Yi turned around and looked at Brother Bo. "You can sign an alliance? You have to report this, and they will send a prime minister's letter to contact you." Brother Bo's imposing manner was instantly dispelled by Li Yi's words of feeding the panda and scolding the locust tree. I mean, we haven't formed an alliance. What you said in the newspaper gave people the feeling that we have formed an alliance." Brother Bo stuttered. "You care about that? Tubo has already formed an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Didn't you betray us just like that? The friendship between 2 countries is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how you write or say it. The key is whether you are willing to develop together and exchange what you need. If you Khitan are willing to have friendly relations with the Tang dynasty, then you are in an alliance. If you are thinking about something else, then you are enemies. Look at how I treated the Southwest barbarian captives. Then look at how I treated my 390 brothers. I believe you, but how many people do I have? They are all Khitans. You can capture me with 1 order." Li Yi spread his hands and looked around. Around him were 8 palace maids and eunuchs, 3 people from Honglu Temple and 1 steward, Songda. The others were 4 Khitan envoys and 390 Khitan captives. With Li Yi's reminder, the 3 from the Chamberlain of Dependencies showed serious expressions of panic. The eyes of the 4 envoys lit up as they looked at their non-commissioned officer. 390 people sat there, looking straight ahead as if they didn't hear anything. "Li Yi, do you admit to your crimes?" Ambassador Shikagahan felt that his chance had come and shouted. Li Yi looked at the 390 men. "Your envoys have too much internal heat. You should eat a piece of watermelon to calm yourself down. If you want to eat, 6 of you can eat one. You can count and get the watermelon." "Yes, sir." Bacharka stood up. 390 plus 8 plus 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 was 407. Dongzhu, for 107 people. 68 watermelons, 1 person short, Bacharka reported. "Take 69 watermelons and give 1 to the panda." Li nodded and ordered. "Yes, come with me. 68 people. Each person will carry 1 watermelon. Don't let it fall to the ground. Watermelons in winter are precious." Bacharka yelled and everyone stood up. He pointed his finger at the crowd. 68 people were selected to follow him to the greenhouse to pick watermelons. Li Yi smiled at Shikagahan. "Watermelons in winter are not very sweet due to the short amount of sunlight. They also need to be dipped in flowers. It's just that they are fresh. Actually, I still have watermelons soaked in salt water. It's not bad to eat now, but I'm sure all of you want to eat freshly picked watermelons. Wait a moment. When they come back, let's try it and give a few bites to the panda." Shikagahan lowered his head and didn't want to say a word. At this moment, he felt like a river of sorrow. He wanted to threaten Li Yi, but in the end, his non-commissioned officer couldn't be moved. Whatever Li Yi said was the law. The 3 officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies widened their eyes in disbelief. The Khitan captives had only been captured a few days ago. How did they become Li Yi's subordinates? The other Khitan envoys also didn't say a word. Nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. Songda was expressionless. He was the same as before. The eunuchs turned to look at the panda. The palace maids had smiles on their faces, and their eyes were twinkling. The watermelons were brought back. The variety wasn't as big as the ones Li Yi brought back. Li Yi also didn't exchange for a bulking agent to spray. It looked like a Hami melon. If 6 people ate one, it was indeed one. The watermelon knives were brought over and cleaned. The Khitan captives cut the melons. The first piece was brought to Li Yi by Bacharka. Brothers, don't be polite with me. Many of the county's greenhouses have cold melons, which are watermelons. Everyone can eat as much as you want. Li Yi received it and shouted, "Okay, only Li Dongzhu has the ability to eat watermelons in winter. It's right to learn from Li Dongzhu. In the future, the Khitans will eat watermelons in winter too." The captives cheered. When they saw the greenhouses, they wanted to learn how to grow watermelons in their hometown. As for the 4 envoys, what a joke! What's the use of them? After delivering the melons to Li Yi, they delivered the melons to Songda and the 8 palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs thanked them. Songda patted the shoulder of the person who delivered the melons. Next was the 3 officials from Honglu Temple, the captives themselves, and finally the 4 envoys. There should be 1 extra piece. Li Yi's piece was just the right size for 2 pieces. Everyone took small bites and tasted the watermelons in winter. The 4 envoys tasted bitterness in their mouths. They were the last to receive the melons. Did they have status? Bang! Bang! The panda slammed the cage. "Here." Li Yi handed over a bamboo shoot. The panda didn't take it. It looked at the watermelon in his hand. It smelled something. Its nose was sensitive. When it looked at others eating, it sniffed. There was something good. "Here, do you want a knife?" Li Yi put down the watermelon in his hand. He held the extra watermelon with one hand and reached in, ready to give it to the panda at any time. The panda didn't have any intention to attack him. It hugged the watermelon with 2 paws and smashed it on the floor of the cage. The watermelon cracked. It slammed its paws down. Crack! The watermelon broke into pieces. It picked up a piece and started chewing. The watermelon juice dripped onto its paws. It even licked it. "Why don't we sign an agreement first? You have concerns about the alliance between the Khitans and the Tang dynasty. You and I will sign a friendly trade agreement. The Li family Zhuangzi will sign a friendly trade agreement. I will provide you with help, and you will collect what I need from the Khitans. It won't involve the 2 countries." Li Yi said to the 4 envoys. He was starting to play political tricks. 2 countries hated each other. If they could have ping-pong diplomacy, they could directly start a trade. To give face to the governments of both countries, the Li family Zhuangzi would be the lubricant. When interests were involved and there was a balance between the 2 countries, the alliance between the 2 countries would be broken. Once a trade alliance was formed, the Khitans could only be bullied with their economic and financial knowledge. You don't have to give an answer now. Go back and weigh the pros and cons. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, you can maintain the status quo. If you feel that it is mutually beneficial, we can avoid the problem of the 2 countries. Li Yi's voice became gentle. It was comfortable to listen to. The 4 envoys found it difficult to make a decision. They needed more time to consider. They had to analyze 390 non-commissioned officers' problems. What was going on? Why did the non-commissioned officer listen to Li Yi? "There is no hurry. Let's have lunch here. I have chili. Try it," Li Yi continued. Chili was not only popular in Sichuan, it was cold in the northeast, including Chang. And Chapter 590. The Khitan envoys didn't eat at the Li family Zhuangzi. They were in a hurry to leave and go back to think of a solution. The 3 officials from Honglu Temple wanted to eat, but since the envoys left, they naturally had to leave. Fortunately, When they left, they each carried a small basket with watermelon and a few cucumbers in it. After lunch, Li instructed people to connect another cage with the previous panda cage. After throwing a boiled egg inside, the panda brought the child to a new place. The original cage had to be cleaned. Not only could pandas eat, but they could also digest. The pandas in the panda garden were clean. It was the work of humans. After changing to a new place, the panda found a corner and sat there to taste the eggs. It didn't matter if its gastrointestinal tract was suitable for digesting meat. It would eat meat, raw and cooked meat. Some wild pandas would even enter other people's sheep pens to eat. Taking advantage of the suitable position, its leg leaned against the side of the cage. Li called the winged knights to dress up as pandas and began to change the dressing and bandage the panda's wound. After a few operations, he carefully approached the panda in the cage. The panda looked at him. He used a pair of scissors to cut the gauze on the panda's left hind leg. He lifted the panda's leg and removed the gauze. Then he dipped it in iodophor and wiped the panda's wound. There was still pus and blood on the wound, but there wasn't much left. When pandas moved, body fluids would be secreted and pus and blood would be produced. After cleaning it, he wrapped it up and tied a beautiful knot. The panda was very cooperative throughout the process and didn't make any aggressive movements. Li asked the panda to lift its leg with all his strength, and the panda also did so. It could feel the condition of its leg. Every time it was treated, it felt much better. Some wild pandas were treated once. The next time they were sick or injured, they would go to others for help. People would give them food to eat and treat their wounds. Pandas were actually quite smart sometimes, including escaping from prison. When they saw the keepers, they would walk back on their own and act as if nothing had happened. The only disadvantage was that they couldn't control their strength and would always hurt the keepers. Unlike dogs, dogs knew not to bite hard when playing with their owners. It was also not as good as a horse. When a horse ate the food fed by a human, the human's palm would be flat. The horse knew not to bite the human's hand. Of course, it was probably because pandas had been raised by humans for a short time. Dogs and horses had been raised for many generations. There were also cats. When cats were at home, they would not show their claws. A cat that scratches people with its nails is like a dog that bites its owner. If it needs to be thrown away, it needs to be killed. Let's switch babies tonight. They're all your babies. When they're 2 or 3 months old, the chances of them dying will be lower. Li pretended to be mysterious as he handed over a cooked chicken drumstick. The giant panda sniffed the meat and reached out to take it. It opened its mouth and started eating. When the bones were crushed and there was no more meat left, it looked at Li. Li shrugged. No, just one. The giant panda stared at him for a while before continuing to eat the bamboo shoots. I owe you, right? It's much more troublesome than raising a dog, Li said angrily. The giant panda ignored him. After finishing a bamboo shoot, it licked its baby to help it excrete and then fed it milk. I truly admire you for being able to survive until now. Li shook his head and left. The giant panda's behavior gave people the feeling that the baby in its hands would be in danger at any time. Sometimes it would press the baby under its body. Other times it would forget about the baby. However, if you took its baby away and let it smell the scent of its baby on you, it would definitely attack you if it couldn't find the baby. When the giant panda breeding base swapped twins, it was usually to build trust and care. Then it would be done within a minute. The giant panda would be irritable if it was a minute away. It was another matter if it pressed its baby under its body. It couldn't let others touch it. While he was summarizing his experience with the giant panda, the 4 chitin envoys returned to the Honglu temple. They were not in the mood to eat and sat there worrying. They realized that the relationship between the chitins and the Tang dynasty and the Turks had been influenced by Li. They didn't know what medicine Li fed the non-commissioned officer of the chitins. The non-commissioned officer actually listened to Li. It seemed that Li did not guard against the non-commissioned officer. The 390 people of the Khitans didn't even think of capturing Li Yi when they had such a good opportunity. That was Li Yi. If they captured him and brought him back to the Khitans, the four of them sat there and drank tea, using whatever methods they could think of to discuss. The Li Yi they saw today was different from the rumors. His methods were smooth. The three people from the Honglu Temple also had the same idea. The three of them ate in Xinqing Palace. It was already past lunchtime. Li Longji had just started eating, as well as Yao Chong and the other two prime ministers. It was the end of the year, and there were many things to do. If the local officials wanted to come back, they would write a prime minister's letter and show it to the Political Affairs Hall's prime minister. They would talk about some strategies to govern the country and try to be close to the prime minister's ideas, hoping that the prime minister would promote them. Or the prime minister couldn't make a decision and had to wait for His Majesty. The prime minister's letter said that the prime minister had to be shown to His Majesty. Many officials were promoted in this way, including Yao Chong. Yao Chong took advantage of Li Longji's visit to Xinfeng to meet him in Tangzhou, which was 300 li away. He gave Li Longji a lot of strategies to govern the country, and Li Longji made him the Minister of War and a disciple of the Secretary of State. The Minister of War was an actual position, and a disciple of the Secretary of State received the same treatment. Later, the Secretary of State was changed to the Crepe Myrtle province, and Yao Chong was appointed as the Crepe Myrtle magistrate. He was the real prime minister. In the past, if someone wrote a prime minister's letter with beautiful words and pointed out the Tang dynasty's shortcomings, Yao Chong would feel very good. But now he was a bit annoyed. He realized that he didn't like to discuss politics directly. He liked to talk about the development of the Tang dynasty, which was the Li Yi model. Li Yi gave people the impression that he was very easygoing. He never jumped out to talk about the shortcomings of the imperial court. If you didn't ask him, he would just do his own thing. If you asked him, you could ask him anything, and he would tell you what to do. If you wanted to talk about poetry with him, he would accompany you and occasionally compose songs for fun. If he didn't attack, anything could be discussed. The key was that he had money. He had money himself. If you said that a department didn't have money, he would help think of a way to make money. In comparison, the provincial governors of the various prefectures were simply idiots. They didn't even know how to govern a province, and they wanted to criticize the Tang dynasty's national affairs. They should learn from Li Yi. When Li Yi made a move, it was like a surging tide and irresistible momentum. While Yao Chong was thinking that others couldn't compare to Li Yi, the vice minister of the Honglu Temple, Tian Qingyuan, had already finished talking about the process of going to the Li family Zhuangzi. Dr. Li can order the Khitan captives to do things. This subject has nothing to say. Tian Qingyuan concluded. Li Longji's expression was indifferent. He didn't look surprised. This was a normal operation. The Deputy Minister of Secondary Class, rank 6, and the Deputy Minister of Secondary Class, rank 9, had been in a state of excitement. They didn't have the chance to meet Li Longji because he wasn't even rank 5. Today, not only did they meet him, but they also had a meal together. Yao Chong. Li Longji asked Yao Chong, "This subject thinks that Li Yi is calculating. No, he's doing things methodically. He should be used." Yao Chong admitted that Li Yi made the imperial court's affairs into the affairs of the people. It was political wisdom. Other people's affairs were the people, but his people were the imperial court. As long as the Khitans dared to establish contact with him, the Khitans would be more or less done. Chapter 591. Did you see the little panda? Li Longji nodded at Yao Chong and suddenly changed the topic. I saw it. It looks like a skinless rat. Recorder Chang Sunwanyan was so excited that she forgot that it was dinner time. Is Li easy to talk to? Li Longji asked again. How should I put it? Him. If you're tough when he talks, he'll fight back. You'll definitely lose this round. But he doesn't go overboard. He won't go overboard and can even discuss things with you. He gives you the feeling that you've gone overboard. He can't help but fight back, but he won't treat you as an enemy. Honglu Deputy Lu Tang followed. He felt that Li Yi was such a person. When interacting with Li Yi, if you didn't go overboard, Li Yi would give you face. He would fight back to the extent that you attacked. Fight, but not break. Lu Huaishan asked. Yes, yes, yes. Prime Minister Lu is right. Lu Tang felt that those words were used well. Continuous maneuvering. Zhang Shuo gave his evaluation. Yao Chong nodded. Indeed, it's just that he's always pulling the bow, but not using it. He pretends to be mysterious. Humph. He was used to finding fault with Li Yi. If he didn't find fault with Li Yi, he would probably fall sick. He picked Li Yi from the political side. Bai Gu, on the other hand, picked from the financial side. The two of them, one prime minister and one minister of the Ministry of Revenue, sat there looking very conflicted. Lu Huaishan couldn't handle the big matters. He had always been dealing with the small matters. He had a different impression of Li Yi. The payment for the 16 guards should be settled at the beginning of January. He mentioned the money. Yao Chong. He raised his wine cup. Your Majesty, Dr. Li benefited the people by capturing prisoners and personally capturing enemy troops. He should be rewarded. Yao Chong was worried that Li Yi would find an excuse not to pay after knowing that his attitude was bad today. If he didn't pay, could he capture or kill him? What official position? Li Longji tried not to laugh. Vice Captain Rong. Yao Chong said an official's name, Wu Sanguan. Lu Huaishan gave him a look of disdain. Deputy Captain Pei Rong was a 9th rank officer. Compared to Guanglu Dafu's secondary second rank, the difference was like mountains and rivers. What was the use of this position? Can I get some salary? Was it enough for him to eat vegetables in a greenhouse? Sure. Li Longji smiled and nodded. I will arrange it tomorrow. Yao Chong took the initiative to take on the responsibility. He didn't need to find someone else to be a 9th rank official. He just casually gave it to him. The Chamberlain of Dependencies, Lu Tong, and the Registrar, Sun Wanyin, were dazzled. What were you guys talking about? He felt that there were many things in the story, but why couldn't he understand? Was there a need to discuss such a serious matter in Xingqing Hall when he was a 9th grade martial scholar? In any case, Chang Sun Wanyin didn't think that a 9th rank official like him would be remembered by the emperor and the 3 prime ministers. The two of them finished eating first and sat there, not daring to move. Fortunately, a palace maid brought them tea, so they drank it and listened. Li Longji and the others talked about the panda and didn't talk about the imperial court at all. Because there were people who weren't qualified to listen, they couldn't be chased away. All the topics had to be returned to normal. The Prime Minister and Li Longji were very familiar with this. You couldn't hear what wasn't meant to be heard. Your Majesty, please place the panda garden in the western part of the city for people to see. Pandas look simple and honest, and their behavior is cute. Yao Chong proposed to open a separate garden. He admitted that it was interesting to see pandas, especially pandas that hadn't fully grown up. They were only a few months old and looked like big dogs, but they were more interesting than dogs. Sitting there sleeping, their heads slowly moved forward. As soon as their heads touched the ground, they flipped over and woke up in a daze. There was no way to describe their feelings at that moment. Laughing, they couldn't wait to take one home. The panda garden was located in a corner of the Li family Zhuangzi in the eastern part of the city. It was quite a distance from the western part of the city to the eastern part of the city. It wasn't easy for many people to get there. Zhang Shuo nodded, then frowned. How do we calculate the cost? A panda garden costs quite a lot. Ask Li Yi. Lu Huaishan felt that it was a small matter. For Li Yi, it was just spending a bit of money. However, he wanted to see what Li Yi thought. If he wasn't willing, who could force him? Li Longji didn't say whether it was okay or not. He was going to bring the Empress and his son to take a look at it tonight. It involved the temporary change of policy against the Khitans, so he had to ask clearly. Li Longji knew that Li Yi's promise that he didn't have any thoughts of bypassing the founding of the state was just a spur of the moment. It was probably the attitude of the 4 Khitan envoys that made Li Yi realize that he couldn't force the plan. And his brother Yi's greatest ability was to change. If you changed, he would change and follow you. After everyone finished eating, Yao Chong went to arrange for the 9th rank and lower military officials. He personally made the arrangements to show that he valued it. He really wanted to go over and give Li Yi a certificate, but he couldn't. It would be exposed. Before the sky turned dark, Li Longji's family of 3 arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Quick, push the small house I made for Shang to play in over here. Li Yi saw the little boy, changed into his white coat, and opened his arms. The little boy looked at him in confusion. He seemed to have thought of something and opened his arms to ask for a hug. Li Yi carried the baby and asked someone to bring the small house over. It was a small 1-story house with a fine felt inside. The little boy could crawl now. It was a gift specially prepared for him. The house was 5 meters tall and 3 meters in diameter. It was too small for an adult, but for the little boy, it was his territory. It was 1 meter tall and the adults could see the child inside. The baby was really happy. After entering, he crawled around. There were 6 places where he could poke his head out. Each place was guarded by a person to prevent the child from falling. If he fell, he would be quickly put back. Below was a net with cushions. The area was 7 square meters. The child crawled and poked his head out. When he found someone, he giggled and crawled back to hide. He looked out from another opening. If it was an adult, it would be quite boring. However, the little boy felt that he had found the most interesting game. Li Longji held Empress Wang's hand and watched his son crawl around happily. He didn't know what to say. After a while, he sighed. Brother Yi is old and can plot for the world. Brother Yi is young and can only laugh for the baby. During the day, he pushed the Khitan envoys to the wall and gave them strategies to plot for the country. At night, she could actually play with a baby and have fun. This contrast was too big. It was so big that it was difficult for ordinary people to accept. When the little boy was tired, he poked his head out. When he saw his mother, he smiled. Empress Wang hugged him in her arms. Soon, the little boy fell asleep. Uncle, let's go see the panda later. Empress Wang wiped her son's sweat and prepared to change his clothes. Half an hour later, the sky was a little dark. Guazi changed into a white coat and disposable gloves. Like a thief, he followed Li Yi to the panda's cage. In addition, the winged knights carried the incubator. Today, they were going to force the exchange. They couldn't numb it anymore. Total numbness was too harmful to the panda's nerves. Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage. The baby changed into a pure cotton clothes and slept soundly in the carriage with a warm water bag. Everyone was very nervous. This was an operation for the sake of a life. Guazi was the main attacker. He had to be fast. The assessment of the martial arts examination was now testing him. Get the lights ready. Z, you have less than 10 breaths to complete the operation. Calm down. Give me the honey snack. I'll give it to him. Li Yi ordered and stretched out his hand. He also wore disposable medical gloves. Chapter 592. Those who have nothing to do with this, please step back, Li Longji said in a deep voice. The people around them moved aside. The panda was obviously nervous too. It was probably thinking, what's going on? Why are there so many people tonight? It looked at Li Yi. The creature it was most familiar with was Li Yi. Li Yi gave it good food to eat and even treated its wounds. Li Yi also looked at the panda with sincerity in his eyes. It was indeed sincere. This was a panda trying to change babies. There was no calculation. Everything was for the 2 cubs to grow up. The panda base at that time had given him data. The survival rate of twin pandas without breastfeeding was almost 0. Unless they found other female pandas to provide some milk, the survival rate was not high either. They had to be bigger before they could be artificially fed. Analyzing the composition of the female panda's milk, it was about the same. It felt like any kind of milk would do. This could only prove one thing. His life science at that time was still too weak. Could it analyze DNA, analyze nutrient composition, and analyze the type of antibody? If he wanted to analyze the antibody, he had to try using a virus instead of directly drawing conclusions from a certain cell tissue. The death rate of pandas was very high. Under artificial care, how many people could guarantee that not one would die after raising 100 pandas? What did it mean for 1 out of 100 people to die? But pandas would always die. Those overseas had to be announced, and those in the country were selectively announced. With such a thing being carefully cared for, the death rate was higher than other creatures. Li Yi did not want any of the pandas to die. The key operation was about to begin. A snack with a lot of honey was handed to Li Yi. Li Yi took a deep breath, opened his palm, and reached into the cage. There were fewer people around, so the panda was not so emotional. It looked at Li Yi and lowered its head to smell. Honey attracted more than 90% of creatures. Humans loved it, insects loved it, and animals loved it. Did bears love it? The panda stretched out its 2 claws and broke it. It quickly licked it. The lights suddenly turned on. The panda's eyes were dazzled. It shook its head and prepared to recover. Guazi grabbed the baby panda in the incubator with one hand and reached in with the other to grab the other. The exchange of hands was completed in the span of a single breath. The strength of his hands was perfectly controlled. The color of the lights was adjusted. Silk was placed in front of the strong light, and the light gradually weakened instead of directly shifting. That way, the giant panda would face a short period of darkness. After a few breaths, the giant panda regained its vision. The first thing it did was look down at its baby. Very good, the baby was here. It sniffed and revealed a puzzled expression. It was her baby, but all right, she would carry it and feed it. She remembered that she had already fed the baby, but why did it still look hungry? Everyone's foreheads were covered in sweat. Everyone was facing a life. Z, impressive. Li Yi once again addressed Guazi without mentioning her surname. I have to take a shower, right? I can't have the smell of a panda on me. Guazi smiled happily, revealing 2 rows of teeth. The panda licked the baby and fed it again as it looked at Li Yi. It seemed to know something. It was not stupid. It could tell from the smell that there was a difference. Li Yi didn't say anything. He picked up an ocarina, adjusted the position of his lips, and played the Japanese song, Original Scenery of Hometown. Originally, it was a bamboo flute, so it was easy to master. But many of the traditional musicians of his time insisted on playing the ocarina and the flute. The sound was deeper and more mellow than the original ocarina. Li Yi also didn't know if it would work. He only knew that camels suffered too much when giving birth. When they didn't want a baby camel, the locals would play the horsehead zither. What effect could the zither have? It would make the camel cry and then breastfeed its baby. Li Yi chose the ocarina with a low pitch, so it sounded distant and long. A type of music couldn't be directly judged whether the treble or the bass was good. The emotions expressed were different. The tone of a cello and a violin were different. There was no absolute position to judge which one was good from the tone, only the position in one's heart. And a musician shouldn't have such a position. Li Yi didn't think that the ocarina was bad. Being simple didn't mean it was bad, but he needed the low range of the ocarina. He used the ocarina to play the Japanese song of his time, not in a hurry. As the panda listened, the expression in its eyes changed. It seemed to be enjoying it. It seemed to be saying that the baby felt a little different, but it was no problem. This thing that always gave it delicious food was pretty good. It held the baby with one hand to breastfeed it. The other hand continued to pick up the honey pastry that had fallen to the ground when it was dazzled. It was really sweet. It felt good to eat it. Was there anything else? Li Yi was psychic at this moment. He played the ocarina and signaled with his eyes. Tao Hong put her gloved hand into the ocarina with trembling hands. On her palm was a pastry smeared with honey. The panda crushed it the first time, but it learned to control its strength the second time. It carefully grabbed the pastry from Tao Hong's palm. It glanced at Tao Hong, put the pastry into its mouth, and chewed happily. Tao Hong clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest. She looked intoxicated. She felt a sense of accomplishment. The panda didn't bite her, nor did it slap her hand with its big paw. Li Yi finished the song. The panda didn't give him a thumbs up, but the people around felt that it was good. Brother Yi Chang and is big. Zhuangzi is in the east of the city. People in the west come and go to see the pandas. It's a long way. During dinner, Li Longji mentioned what Yao Chong said. Li Yi estimated the number of pandas he owned. He nodded. I can build a Liuli village. Even if I can't make a lot of money, I can still afford to raise pandas. There's still money to be made? Li Longji was puzzled. He was in a good mood because he thought it was for the people. How did it have anything to do with making money? How could he make money? Looking at Li Longji's puzzled gaze, Li Yi smiled. The number of tourists staying in Zhang Family Village has increased. I have a share in Zhang Family Village, so I'll take the bigger share. People who come to see the pandas stay and have food and drinks. It's all money. Li Longji suddenly understood. I should have collected tickets and spent a few hundred yuan to see the pandas, but I can't. Li Yi smiled helplessly when he talked about tickets. Other than collecting tickets for watching football, there were no tickets for other things. If it was another Zhuangzi who had pandas, he would collect tickets. If the people wanted to see the pandas, they would pay. Li family, Zhuangzi couldn't do it. The people would be puzzled. Li Dongzhu, you want to collect money for letting people see the pandas? With a good reputation, there were advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were that the people would stand on Li family Zhuangzi's side when something happened. The disadvantages were that they couldn't earn high profits from the people, especially if it looked like they didn't have any capital. Zhang Family Village could collect a lot of money for food and drinks, but Li Yi couldn't. He only had shares in the village. The people felt that the money was earned by Zhang Family Village, but Li Dongzhu didn't. Li Dongzhu was a kind person. Li Longji smiled. It seems that Liuli Village can't collect tickets. You take 2 pandas, and Liuli Village will be open to the public. Female pandas with boys. Boys are more mischievous and active. They look interesting. In addition, the imperial court should order that no one can raise pandas in private or hunt them. Li Yi thought of something. Pandas that were washed clean were cute. The rich people were tempted. They couldn't raise pandas. Chapter 593. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Sixli Village in the west of the city is renting 2 giant pandas from Li family Zhuangzi in Bashui. They will enter the garden in 3 days. Selling newspapers. People who live in the west of the city don't have to go to the east to see giant pandas. Sixli Village in the west of the city is bringing in 2 giant pandas. Newspaper boys ran around the streets and alleys in the morning, shouting nonstop. Recently, giant pandas had become the mainstream topic in the city. Anyone who had seen a giant panda would tell others how fun it was. Li Qingqi arranged for people to clean up the giant panda garden. He did spend a lot of money. 1 giant panda cost 1,000 taels, and it was only a 1-year rental fee. Recently, he had been learning from Zhang family's village and opening up vegetable greenhouses to people to pick vegetables. The effect was not very good. Everyone knew that Sixli Village was not open in the past, and there was no Li family Zhuangzi around. After bringing in 2 giant pandas, others came. I am now proficient in both the pen and the sword. Li Yi threw another book on the table. Early this morning, a 7th rank officer came and gave him the book at the bridgehead of Baqiao and left with a basket of vegetables. Deputy Rong, a 9th rank officer, rewarded Li Yi for his action of personally capturing Khitan captives for the Tang dynasty. For a soldier from the House of Subjugation, it was a good treatment to be rewarded with a deputy Rong. Under normal circumstances, capturing 2 captives was enough. At the same time they were rewarded. Li Yi knew from the attitude of the person who delivered the book that he did not care about anyone. Dongzhu, the Khitan envoys from yesterday are here again. Songda ran over and looked at the book on the table with a serious expression. Let's go to the reception room. Li Yi began to tidy up his clothes. When he arrived at the reception room, the 4 Khitan envoys from yesterday and the 3 officials from Honglu Temple were all there. The 3 officials had normal expressions, but the 4 Khitan envoys looked like giant pandas. Their eyes were black and had dark circles. Their eyes were also bloodshot. Obviously, they did not sleep last night. Everyone, please. Li sat down, and the palace maid served tea again. No one touched the teacups. The 4 Khitan envoys looked at each other. Brother Bo looked at Li Yi and spoke. Li Dongzhu wants to establish a trade alliance with the Khitans. He changed the way he addressed Qin Wanru. It's economic and cultural exchanges. We'll further deepen our exchanges and cooperation, learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, promote our mutual development, and stabilize our mutual interests. Li Yi gave another way of expressing it. It has nothing to do with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty? Na Duo asked. How can you say that it's unrelated? I'm from the Tang dynasty. Without official permission, I am not allowed to contact people from other tribes who are not in a state of peace. Li Yi waved his hand, denying that it was a private action without the authorization of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The 4 of them picked up their teacups to drink. Their hearts were tired. Why did Li Yi's words sound so awkward? Putting down the teacup, Na Duo glanced at the 3 people from Honglu Temple. How can the imperial court of the Tang dynasty allow this? Submit a letter. Your Khitan envoys have submitted a letter requesting the Tang dynasty to open up economic and cultural exchanges among the people. Both parties shall ensure the personal and property safety of the members of the civil exchange teams. They promised not to arrest or put on trial the other party's personnel before the other party committed any illegal acts. Recognize the political rights of the other party's team during the exchange activities. Li Yi stated his request casually. The 4 of them continued to think about the meaning of Li Yi's words and analyze whether there was a trap. They looked at each other and found that there was no problem. What's next? Shikagahan thought it was okay. Submit the letter. After submitting the letter, both parties will agree on the list of the members of the exchange team. We can transfer the members back to the areas under our control at any time. Li Yi also picked up his teacup. He looked at the tea, but didn't drink it. You mean transfer them back to their respective countries? Brother Bo thought of the spies. Should he make them official? It's the forces under our control, not the countries. The Tang dynasty doesn't recognize the Khitans as countries. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't want to talk about countries. Then we can't form an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Seal was not happy. You're not forming an alliance with the Tang dynasty. You're doing business with me. You said it before. Li Yi changed the topic to the beginning. The 4 of them. We said business, but you said something about economic and cultural exchange. Then you said we need to submit the letter. Now we're talking about business. You said business? You Khitans haven't established a country yet. The tribes are restricting each other. You represent a group of tribes. Li Yi mentioned the identities of the 4 people. Each of them represented several small tribes. They were working together as envoys to the Tang dynasty. Then what? Na Duo didn't want to continue the topic. Submit the letter first. We'll talk about it later. You have to take one bite at a time. Li Yi picked up his teacup and put it down again. You can go back and have a rest. Then think about how to write the letter. He failed to send the guests away again. The 7 people left again. The 3 officials of the Honglu Temple each had a small basket of vegetables. The 4 Khitans muttered on the way back. They felt something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. It seemed normal. Li Yi was rich. He was willing to buy things from the Khitans and make money for his own people. It was good for the 390 disobedient non-commissioned officer to learn the skills of the Tang dynasty. When they returned, they could use what they had learned. When they returned to the Honglu Temple, the 4 people hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food and lay down to sleep. The 3 officials entered the palace as quickly as possible to find Yao Chong. Yao Chong and the other 2 prime ministers took them to see Li Longji. What do you think? Li Longji finished listening to the vice minister of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Tian Qingyuan, and looked at Yao Chong and the others. Yao Chong's eyelids drooped slightly. I think that as long as the Khitan envoys submit the letter, it's for the sake of state affairs. Dr. Li's actions are for others to see. Li Longji nodded and looked at Zhang Shua. I think so too. I want to know what Dr. Li's follow-up plan is so that the imperial court can cooperate. Zhang Shua pondered for a moment before answering. We'll discuss this later. Li Longji did not want to ask Li Yi right away. He looked at the last prime minister. Lu Huaishan nodded, indicating that he understood. It's my turn. Even if the Khitan envoys submit the letter, the Khitan side can overturn it at any time. The envoys' actions are used for propaganda to drive a wedge between the Turks and the Khitans. Lu Huaishan thought about it. What the 4 Khitans said, the Khitans on the other side did not allow them to say. It was a unilateral action of the Tang dynasty. Unless the Khitans sent someone back and the other side agreed, it would be a normal prime minister's letter. The prime minister's letter was also useless. Tubo even submitted a letter to form an alliance, but in the end they turned around and attacked. The alliance letter was useless. It's very difficult to breed pandas privately. You guys think of a way to issue a letter stating that they are not allowed to breed, kill, or capture pandas privately. This matter cannot be issued. Li Longji did not ask about the national policy. Speaking of national treasures, for the time being, pandas were not the national treasures of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty did not have any restrictions or requirements on hunting animals. Wherever there was a big tiger, the county would have to organize people to kill it. Li Longji left the matter of how to implement the additional restrictions of the imperial court to the 3 prime ministers and see how they would handle it. On the other side, the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were waiting for the Khitans to submit the letter. Song De ran over with the hunters again. Dongzhu, we found traces of pandas. 1 big one and 3 small ones. From the footprints, we can see that they are different. They are looking for pandas. It's almost Chinese New Year. Li Yi said as he changed his clothes and prepared to leave. The winged knights and the Khitan captives gathered again. Li Yi found Guizi and entered the car to talk. I'll leave these 3 to you. I'll leave some medicine for you. Li Yi instructed. Chapter 594. Li Yi's team headed south, and there were even more cars. Last time, there were 50 cars in the Qinling Mountains. This time, there were 200 cars. The winged knights increased by 1,000, making a total of 3,000. This time, they were still going to the Qinling Mountains. They did not go through Lantian County or Wuxi County, but went straight south past Duka Town and then to the Ziwu Pass. The Ziwu Pass was part of the Ziwu Road from Chang into Shu. After the pass, they would arrive at the Qinling Mountains. This hunter was called Zhao Shi. His team had 20 people, and he ran over to report the news. Li Yi sat in the car and chatted with him. I didn't see any pandas, only footprints. Are there any footprints of other people? Li Yi asked casually. I didn't see any. The snow there is shallow, and there are many places where there is no snow. When we saw them, we chased them for more than 10 miles before I came back. It doesn't look like there were other hunters following them. Otherwise, they would have run back to Li Dongzhu. When Li Yi asked about other people's footprints, Zhao Shi frowned. He seemed to be worried that if there were other hunters, how would they split the money? Okay, 1 big and 3 small ones are good. The small ones are cuter. Li Yi said with a smile. The winged knights were still scouting the area, coming back and forth to report. At night, the team arrived at the Ziwu Pass. They set up camp and did not continue. The kerosene lamps were lit, and the winged knights took out 2 big boxes. One contained a basket, and the other contained a hot air balloon. They blew the hot air balloon up with a gas torch, lifted it into the air, and tied a rope below. The winged knights wore night vision goggles and split into 4 teams of 100 people to climb the mountain from both sides of the Ziwu Pass. The Kitans felt that something was wrong, and Bacharka ran over. Li Dongzhu, why are we still searching the mountain? Bacharka remembered that they had left directly last time. There are many people, and it's perfect for training. If we keep running around, the winged knights will do their own work, and the training will be delayed. Li Yi gave a reasonable reason. That's right. The winged knights are the private army of His Majesty of the Tang dynasty. They must practice more, Bacharka agreed. The winged knights still need to learn mathematics, and I'll teach you in the future. If you don't learn it well, you'll be at a disadvantage in battle. Li Yi looked like he was willing to teach them everything. Bacharka nodded his head repeatedly. He believed her. Bean sprouts were pretty good now. In the past, he didn't know about this and only cared about eating. Li Yi, Zhao Shi, and Bacharka chatted. Li Yi did most of the talking while the other 2 listened. Li Yi could talk about anything, including the story of Ziwu Pass. During the period of the 3 kingdoms, it was said to be Wei Yan, kill. So, boom. The sudden battle cries were accompanied by fireworks that rose into the sky. The valley of Ziwu Pass echoed with these sounds. Whoosh! Boom! Another firework bloomed in a different location. Ziwu Pass is a place with many mountains and roads leading south. There are ambushes on both sides of the road and in the mountains. No matter how many soldiers you have, you won't be able to set up an ambush. Li Yi listened to the shouts and explained to the 2 of them how the terrain affected the battle. The 2 of them knew without him saying anything. Now, Bacharka and Zhao Shi were frightened. Enemies? Will something happen to our people? Bacharka asked worriedly. Zhao Shi nodded. His face was pale. He wanted to explain. He ran back and said there were pandas. Then the team set off and met the enemy at Ziwu Pass. If it were him, he would definitely suspect that the messenger deliberately lured the army here. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. Your hunters are all in Zhuangzi, and they have a guarantor. Li Yi saw Zhao Shi's uneasiness and comforted him. Li Dongzhu, how did you know there would be an ambush? Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He was puzzled. I don't know where the ambush is. I'm just being careful. It's impossible to raise 3 pandas at the same time. A female panda can only raise 1 child. Under normal circumstances, she can give birth to 2. 3 is too rare. If she gives birth to 2, she'll have to abandon 1, let alone raise all 3. It's most likely that someone set this up. I want the pandas, but I want to take care of the people. Li Yi explained the habits of pandas. He made his judgment from this aspect. Even if his judgment was wrong, the team wouldn't lose anything by messing around. As Li Yi was speaking, his voice stopped. After waiting for half an hour, the winged knights returned to the place where the battle took place. The new winged knights team continued to search the mountain. The 2 teams returned with 22 and 24 corpses, as well as 4 injured people, a total of 50 people. It seemed that a team of 25 people was lying in ambush on the mountain. 3 of the 4 injured people were tied up. One of them had an arrow in his chest and was vomiting blood. Li Yi went over to take a look and shook his head. Give him a quick death. Can't save him? A winged knight came over to drag the person away. I'll save him and put him in the car. Whether he can survive or not depends on his fate. He doesn't have an assistant. I'll check his blood type first. You guys get ready for blood transfusion. Li Yi didn't want to save him earlier, but since the winged knight said so, he decided to give it a try. He first anesthetized him, then checked his blood type. He came out and shouted, "Those with blood type B, come here." The winged knights knew what blood type they were, so they came forward with blood type B Li Yi drew blood one by one. Each person took 200 milliliters. He didn't want any more. He collected 2,000 milliliters of blood and went in to treat the patient. The patient was still bleeding, but the arrow in his chest was not removed. Li Yi started to work alone. The winged knights took the empty blood bag and drew blood. They cooperated with each other, and the blood bag was automatically drawn out by negative pressure. At dawn, Li Yi finished the surgery after nearly 9 hours. The patient was still anesthetized. All the equipment in the ambulance was put on him. "Li Dongzhu, how is it?" Guizi was waiting outside. When he saw the door open, he quickly asked. Li looked tired. 2 fractures in the sternum. There's a penetrating wound in the right lung. There's a tear. He's still alive. How long he can live depends on fate. Li Yi removed the arrow and treated the wound. Next was the infection. He opened the chest himself. There was no one to retract it. He used a frame to replace an assistant. The operative view was not good. There was a lot of blood. It was more than 7,000 milliliters. "I hope he can survive. Dongzhu, we need to draw blood again. We have 10,000 milliliters of each blood type. Put it in your car. If anyone is injured, we don't need to draw blood at the last minute." Guizi prayed for the captive. He felt that he could survive with that injury. His brothers were with Li Yi. They could survive with the same injury. "Okay, but the equipment in the ambulance can only be stored for about 10 days. When we return to Zhuangzi, it can be stored for 3 months. Remember to replenish it. The villagers in Zhuangzi occasionally donate blood, so we don't lack it. You guys go ahead. I'll rest for a while. This person is in the ambulance. We'll talk about it when the ambulance can't move anymore." Li Yi said this and went back into the ambulance to find a place to sleep. At noon, the team set off again. They were not fast. The winged knights wanted to wait for the heavily injured captive to survive. This proved that Li Yi's medical skills could treat the same injury. The remaining 3 captives had already been handed over. They were from Tubo. They came with Tubo's new competitor, Isimba. However, they separated before entering the city and found a place to hide. A total of 80 people were mobilized this time. They thought that the traces of the giant panda were the most perfect plan. Chapter 595. Good idea. Impressive. As expected of the elites who followed the contestants to the Tang dynasty, Li Yi expressed his heartfelt admiration after learning about the other party's plan from the captives. The captives were afraid after seeing that their companions who were shot in the chest could still be treated and might even survive. That was why they told him the situation. They were afraid of being tortured. They would save their companions when they were about to die. Then they would continue to torture them. Under normal circumstances, if they were tortured and endured, they would die after a certain extent. Like being whipped or branded with iron, if they were injured, they would fall ill and die. They just had to grit their teeth and endure until their consciousness became blurry. If a miracle doctor suddenly appeared and said that he could treat an arrow in the chest, how long would they have to endure before they died? They might as well say it. Anyway, there was no evidence, and it would not implicate the Tubo envoys. What Li Yi admired about them was that they had found pandas and copied the footprints of various pandas and made them into wood. In order to make it more attractive, they copied the footprints of 3 small pandas and 1 large panda. The wooden mold of these footprints was worn on the feet like shoes. It was messy like wearing high heels. The hunters were anxious to make money. They put all their attention on the number and route. It was impossible for them to study whether the footprints were fake or not. Imitation studies and psychology were all used. The key was that they were good at finding opportunities. They were also good at finding pandas. The 50 of them did not participate. They are preparing to ambush at the exit. It will take 3 days at normal speed to reach the location of the trap they set. There's a tall stone mountain there. They will ambush us, mainly to kill you. If they fail, we will retreat quickly for your safety. When we reach the Ziwu Pass, it will be the most relaxing time. Guizi told him the enemies follow-up plan. The 50 Tubo people did not attack Li Yi's team when they entered. It's cold. Throw the bodies into the hole and bury them. When you come back, bring them with you. Consider it your contribution. Li Yi did not have any superfluous thoughts about being schemed against. He was not afraid either. Looking down from the top of the mountain and up and down the mountain, the Yulin flying cavalry was specially trained to find hidden enemies. The group moved forward, entered the Ziwu Pass, and walked along the Ziwu Road. After walking to a certain point, he prepared to take the small path up the mountain. It was impossible to walk all the way to the end of this canyon road. The end was 660 li. If any army wanted to pass through here and the enemy knew in advance, they could only wait for death. Guazi sent his light armored subordinates to chase after the hunters. Once they caught up with the hunters, they would bring the hunters back. In addition to the team that brought back the hunters, there was also a team that went to capture 30 people. Li Dongzhu, since it's an ambush, there won't be any pandas. Do you still want to go? Bacharka was more worried that Li Yi would be in danger. He still wanted to learn from Li Yi. There's a panda. Capture those 30 people and ask them if they know where the panda is. He had to be quick. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to celebrate the new year when he returned. The villagers are still waiting for me to set off the fireworks, as well as the fireworks from the imperial city. Li Yi had just experienced an ambush and a big rescue, but his mentality was still so good. I remember that there are still people who care about me, old Bai. They said that after the new year they would start paying taxes on kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Li Yi thought of Bai Gu, the Minister of Revenue. He knew that Bai Gu was anxious. Any responsible official in the position of the Minister of Revenue would be anxious. If they were not anxious, it meant that they were not qualified. The team was sent out, and the others waited. Li Yi took care of the patient. The patient woke up and had his own consciousness. Under the watch of the winged knights, the 3 captives went in to talk to their comrades. The main thing was that they had told them everything, and they even talked about how badly injured their comrade who was lying there unable to speak was. Let me tell you this. In the whole world, except for me, no one can bring you back from the gates of hell. Your lungs are punctured and there are lacerations. Just the blood you lost was 7,000 milliliters. It was the winged knights who gave you the treatment. If you want to die, you can move as hard as you want. I promise I won't stop you. I don't have that intention. Antibiotics are very useful. You don't have any signs of infection. Your lung function has not fully recovered, and there are drainage tubes. It's very uncomfortable. You can't speak and you can't eat. You're on a ventilator. Li Yi sat next to the patient and chatted with him. This was the first major live surgery he performed after coming to the Tang dynasty. The patient blinked and did not struggle. It seemed that he wanted to live. The information had already been told by his comrade, and he was still saved. Obviously, he would not kill him just to save him. Guazi sat not far from Li Yi and carefully observed the captives. Li Dongzhu, if the Tang dynasty had 1,000 miracle doctors like you, how many fewer soldiers would die? He knew that if the same injury happened to anyone else, they could only wait for death. If the arrow was pulled out, the person would be finished. If the arrow was not pulled out, the person would vomit blood and be unable to breathe. He would still die. Li Yi only tried, and he was actually saved. Seeing that the other party could not make a sound, he knew how serious the injury was. My level is too low. When there are so many doctors who can treat this kind of injury, the weapons are different. I'll still die. Li Yi thought of guns and cannons. An arrow could be pulled out, but if he was shot, it would depend on the bullet. If he used a sniper bullet, he would be shot in the chest and have a big hole in the back. How could he save him? Bang, bang. At this time, the captive hit the side with his hand with a painful expression. Do you need to pee? If so, blink as hard as you can. Li Yi asked. His patient blinked hard and blushed at the same time. You're almost done with the general anesthesia. I'll clean you up. Now it's the fluid injection. Get a tube and connect it to you. Li Yi got up to operate. The patient was not wearing any clothes and was only covered with a piece of cloth. Hurry up. You're a man. Can't you pee? Li looked down on the other party. Then it was done. He cleaned up and washed his hands. Guazi kept watching and asked, Li Dongzhu, how do you know that he's not in pain? He's in pain all the time. There's no anesthetic, but there's an intravenous injection of analgesics with antibiotics. He won't react to the pain, right? Li Yi asked the patient with a smile. The patient blinked hard, meaning that he was very strong. He was indeed in pain. The analgesics only relieved part of it. How could it not hurt when his chest was open? Li Dongzhu, when will he recover? Guazi felt that lying there was suffering. Do you mean that he can eat by himself or fully recover? Full recovery, 3 months. He can eat for half a month to a month, depending on the recovery. At that time, he can get up, but it's painful. At 2 months, he can do normal light activities, but he can't do physical work. When Li Yi said this, he was not sure. Some people recovered quickly, but some people just couldn't. He turned and said to the patient, be strong. If you want to recover quickly, you have to be more optimistic. You've died once. This life is mine. You have relatives in Tubo. It doesn't matter. We have to trade in the future. If your family needs something, you can help me. I'll find someone to send it to you. The patient blinked hard, meaning that he really did not want to die, especially after suffering so much. He wanted to live even more. When he vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood, he already thought that he was going to die. Then he heard that Li Yi said that he would give him a quick death. He accepted his fate. Then he heard that he was saved, but he was still alive. Chapter 596. Quick, quick, maintain your breathing rate. Dongzhu is waiting to go back for the new year. We're going to the Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. It'll be lively. A team of 300 people was moving quickly. Their clothes were a mix of yellow, green, and white. Their cloaks were pure white to match the environment of the Qinling Mountains. The leader was Fan Fan. He had just returned from the southwest and rested for a few days, but he insisted on rushing out for a mission. At this moment, he was holding a tranquilizer gun in his hand. He had never used it before, but he had heard Li Yi explain how to use it. It was the same principle as a crossbow, except that it was more accurate within 20 steps. At 30 steps, it would fly randomly, and at 40 steps, it would not be able to hit anything. It would not work in strong winds either. He knew how to aim, because he had practiced with a scope on a crossbow. If it hits a person, they'll fall within 20 breaths. If it hits a panda, you'll have to shoot it 3 or 4 times in a row. Be careful to avoid it. Fan Fan mumbled. This was a secret manual for using a tranquilizer gun. They had to find the other 19 hunters and send a few people to bring them back. Then they would find 30 Tubo people and try to capture them alive. They would ask for the location of the panda and then move it back. The winged knights displayed their fighting strength as the emperor's private army. They ran very quickly. Some people accidentally tripped over something in the snow while running. They fell forward and flipped over with their hands on the ground. They ran at a high speed with small strides like ninjas. It was good for adjusting their balance and allowing them to react quickly. The sky gradually darkened. 6 of the 300 people were wearing night vision goggles. They stretched out their scabbards and grabbed one scabbard after another. They slowed down but did not stop. The sun slowly rose. A group of people who were packing up appeared in front of them. Lu Guan, Fan Fan shouted. The group of people stopped and turned around one after another. They saw a group of people who were wearing similar clothes to them. They ran fast and nimbly. Crossbows, swords, and tactical backpacks. After a few breaths, the group arrived. Some strolled slowly, while others took out things from their backpacks and ate in the snow. The 19 people estimated the distance and time. The leader, Lu Guan, looked at the group and nodded. I'm Lu Guan, Winged Knights. That's right. We finally caught up to you guys. You really exhausted us. We were just afraid that you guys would encounter enemies. There were 30 of them. Fan began to pant. While running, he kept adjusting his breathing. When he stopped, he realized that his whole body was covered in sweat. How are you guys so fast? A hunter calculated the time and found it unbelievable. 1 day and 1 night. Brothers, eat something warm, don't eat the snow. Fan found a place to place his cloak on the ground and sat down. He then called for everyone to cook. Some of the winged knights stood up and spread out, using binoculars to observe their surroundings. Others took out the matching kettles and filled them with snow and dried meat floss, dried vegetables in vegetable packets, and compressed biscuits in large shells. He found a stable place to put down a small shell. Then he took out a small bottle and poured gasoline into the shell. Light the fire and put the kettle on to roast. This was a 4-piece set of tactical water bottles that Li Yi had made for them. While waiting for the mess in the large shells to boil, the people in charge of cooking took over from those on guard duty. Those on guard duty ate first. There's a trap ahead. We can't leave. You guys stay here. Some of our brothers will recover and bring you back. You don't have to participate in the next battle. Fan said to Lu Guan, who had been watching everyone rest and hadn't said anything. We're hunters. We can fight. Lu Guan shook his head. They were just as strong in the jungle. They didn't think highly of the survival ability of the Tang dynasty's ordinary soldiers. Of course, they didn't look down on the soldiers of the House of Subjugation. Those soldiers had to fight with their lives on the line. We're moving fast. Fan's expression was serious. If we don't have to deal with the dangers of running for a long time, we're also moving fast. Lu Guan's gaze was firm. Then let's go together. Don't drag us down. Fan waited for the food to cool down. You guys can still catch up? A hunter with a curly beard next to them was surprised. That's nothing. We're the first batch of winged knights. At night, each of us grabbed a scabbard and took turns to move forward. We've already slept for a while. Another winged knight laughed out loud. At night, they grabbed the scabbard and moved slowly. Sometimes they relied on inertia to move forward and relax their minds. Compared to the intensity when Li Yi took them to play, this was a happy moment. The happiest days were always yesterday. Those who hadn't experienced it would never understand the lethality of "I'll take you to play." It was just 24 hours. It wasn't like the intensity was high at night. Had anyone tried 72 hours of continuous high-intensity training? Together, they could rest for 4 hours. By the time the soup cooled down, some of them had already fallen asleep. It wasn't that they had to sleep. Many ordinary people wouldn't feel sleepy even if they were in a state of excitement for 36 hours, let alone the winged knights. They seized every moment they could to rest and let their bodies adjust. The hunters didn't say anything and took out the meat of the animals they had hunted along the way. They had smoked it last night. They cut it into small strips and put it in a big shell. They had dealt with wild animals all year round. They could feel the aura of wild animals from the winged knights. It was a mysterious feeling. Then they went to take over the winged knights who were on guard duty and took their binoculars. They only had 2 binoculars, which wasn't enough. The winged knights were relieved. The hunters knew how to search for their targets. When it was time to eat, the winged knights ate very slowly. Some closed their eyes and ate in small bites, chewing very carefully. They ate and rested, chewing as much as possible to digest and absorb the food faster. The hunters helped to observe the situation, occasionally glancing at the winged knights. When the winged knights finished eating and resumed their journey, the hunters found that this group was unbelievably strong. They estimated the time and knew that the other party wasn't lying. They had been on the road for a day and a night. Now that they rested, they looked normal. They didn't want to lose and ran as fast as they could. Yes, they ran. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, they still ran and didn't stop to eat. Only some of them took a bite, stuffed a handful of snow into their mouths, and chewed as they ran. The The hunters gritted their teeth and persevered. It was simply unbearable. Just after 1 o'clock, a winged knights reported, "Found target resting." "Hide," Fan ordered. Puff! The winged knights fell to the ground at almost the same time. They propped themselves up with their hands and stopped moving. The hunters squatted down, panting. "Stay alert. Rest. Don't boil water." Fan ordered again. A few winged knights crawled forward to a key location and laid down to observe the situation. The others ate meat floss and snow. After a few bites, they wrapped their heads in cloaks and huddled together to sleep. Half an hour later, the people on the other side moved. The winged knights followed closely, keeping a distance. The sky slowly darkened. The people gathered together to light a fire. At the same time, someone was on guard. "Looks like they're not going to leave at night. They're going to attack in the middle of the night. Retreat." Fan was relieved. The group moved back, found an angle where the other party couldn't see, and began to cook with gasoline. The hunters were so tired that they didn't want to move. Who would rush like this in the mountains? It was killing them. Chapter 597. In the middle of the night, the hunters were too tired. With the protection of the winged knights, they fell into a deep sleep. Fan looked at the situation through the night vision device. There were 4 people on night watch. He made a gesture, and the 200 winged knights surrounded them. When the distance was about right, he lay down and moved slowly. For people were guarding a fire, mainly to guard against wild animals. There was light in front of them, so they couldn't see clearly. Fan slowly crawled over. When he was about 20 steps away, he aimed and fired. Buffed! The tranquilizer bullet flew out, but it was slightly off course. It didn't hit the man's buttocks, but his waist. Ah! The man who was hit by the needle let out a muffled groan. He thought that he had been bitten by the bullet and tried to grab it with his hand. Ah! He groaned again. It was painful. That was the needle. When he touched it, he grabbed it and pulled it out. He felt a chill at the place where he was hit, then numbness. "Duola, what's wrong?" The other 3 people noticed the situation, and one of them asked, "It's a small snake. It bit me." The man who was hit by the bullet held the thing in front of his eyes. He didn't recognize it. Ah! The second person was hit. He was hit in the front, and it pierced his shoulder. He looked at it and pulled it out. When the third person was hit in the stomach, the 4 people finally understood that it wasn't a snake, but a blow dart. "Enemy! Enemy!" One person shouted, and the others followed suit. Then the 4th person was hit. The Tubo people who were wrapped in leather woke up, one by one. "Enemy! Blow dart! Poison! I'm numb, The first person, Duo Law, fell down before he could finish his sentence. The others panicked and went to get their weapons. Fan was depressed. This thing was useless. When it hit someone, they didn't fall down immediately. They still had time to react. He continued to shoot. He had a lot of bullets. He changed to a new one, lay down, and fired again. In the middle of the night, about 30 meters away, he lay down. The other party had a fire and couldn't see him. He knew that the thing came from his direction. The Tubo people looked for cover and stayed alert. No one rushed over. Fan was happy. He fired one shot after another. Occasionally, he would miss and try again. When the 17th person fell, the Tubo people panicked. They couldn't see the enemy, so even if they tried to hide, they could still get hit. The group of people casually picked up burning sticks from the bonfire and ran. Fan took a long detour to avoid the bonfire. He chased after them himself, not allowing the other brothers to attack. After running for a while, the fire in the man's hand went out. In the darkness, they crouched down, alert. Fan found a good position, aimed at Yike, fired, hit, and changed places. Now he realized that it was very useful. The sound of this gun was very soft, much softer than the sound of a bowstring. Even better was the night vision goggles, which had been proven on the Southwest battlefield. However, they always needed a power source to charge them. The most suitable time to use it is on a cloudy day. It's pitch black and only I can see. Fan Fan thought as he fired at another person. He's right next to us. The person who was hit shouted, "Don't make any noise. He can find us by listening to our voices." Another shouted, "I was hit." "I was hit too. Come out. Do you dare to come out?" "What the hell are you?" "Lee, I know you. It's you, isn't it?" There were fewer and fewer people who could make any noise. In the dark night, the fear was magnified. When the last person was hit by a tranquilizer bullet and crazily waved his knife around, it was all over. There were more ropes around the people, by the bonfire. Fan Fan had shot the tranquilizer bullets. Even if they were hit, they were still found in the surroundings. Battalion Commander Fan, Li Dongzhu has good stuff. It's best to catch him alive. If he's hit, he'll just think that he's poisoned and won't think that he can recover. That way he won't commit suicide. After a winged knight tied the person up, he was very happy with the light of the bonfire. It's a pity that Dongzhu's stuff is too precious. I just missed 5 shots. I'm not familiar with it. Fan Fan was also happy. He collected the shells and tranquilizer bullets and put them in a bag. The other winged knights got up and lit the bonfire. There was no need to hide anymore. The hunters also woke up. They squinted their eyes and saw the situation. They rubbed their eyes. Damn, what happened? The enemy was caught? Are you winged knights ghosts? There must be killing in a battle, right? Is it popular to catch people alive in the Tang dynasty? The Tubo people woke up after the effects of the tranquilizer wore off. They were also very confused. Weren't they dead? Speak, where are the pandas? Fan Fan kicked a captive. What pandas? The captive had not completely recovered. You found the pandas that were made with the footprints. The 3 small ones are different, so there must be 3 big ones. There are 6 of them in total. Speak. Don't tell me you killed them. If that's the case, there's no need for you to live. Fan Fan put the pandas first. What a cute thing. We didn't kill them. We were afraid that something would happen, so we made them according to the footprints. One of the Tubo people was timid. Obviously, he was the one who made the footprints. If you can't bring the 6 pandas back before the New Year, I will celebrate the New Year with you all. Fan Fan said coldly. We can find them. I guarantee that we can find them. The pandas move around in a certain area. They won't go far. Another person who was in charge of tracking the panda said. He promised. On the 27th of December, Li Yi, who missed the New Year, waited for Fan Fan in the valley. 8 pandas, 4 big and 4 small, were carried out by the captives in wooden cages. During the search, they found 2 more pandas. They were also mothers with their children. Fan Fan used the tranquilizer gun to deal with the pandas. The children were all big and could not be bitten to death by their mothers. The winged knights also helped to carry the pandas. They came back together as fast as possible. The big and small pandas were locked in the same cage. It was very heavy. Line up. Li Yi shouted. The 300 winged knights quickly lined up. Attention. Li Yi shouted again. The 300 people stood at attention. Everyone, report your numbers. Li Yi ordered. 1, 2, 3. The winged knights reported. Fan Fan ran out and approached Li Yi. Reporting. The winged knights have returned from a mission. The expected 300 people are here. Very good. No one is missing. Dismissed. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The 19 hunters watched from the side with smiles on their faces. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts. They were happy that the Tang dynasty had strong soldiers like the winged knights. Even if the winged knights did not have horses, they were still winged mounts. On the way, they ran as scouts and shuttled back and forth. The 300 people were as if they were made of iron. They were the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the emperor's private army. Put them in the car and hurry back. There are still 3 days left until the New Year. There is no New Year's Eve this year. Li Yi urged. There was still a patient in the car. The giant panda's cage was loaded into the car, and the team rushed back. On the morning of the 29th of December, the whole team returned to the Li family zhuangzi. The villagers, who did not have work, ran out to welcome Dongzhu back. Dongzhu was there for the New Year. Li Longji had already received the news in advance that the winged knights had rushed back to report. 80 Tubo people wanted to ambush Li Yi, but 46 of them were killed and 34 were captured alive. Do you think my winged knights are dead? Do you think you can ambush them whenever you want? A giant panda with 3 children, idiot. Li Longji scolded, feeling a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Chapter 598. Yao Chong and the other 2 were also there. They were going to celebrate the New Year with them tonight. They thought that they could have a peaceful New Year, but Li Yi ran out and sent someone to send a message to the palace. The palace also made some preparations as to why the giant panda would bring the 3 children with it. Shouldn't Xiao Yi feel honored? The Tubo, the Turks, and the Khitans all want to kill him. I'm too embarrassed to ask him for taxes during the New Year. Baigu was also there. He was convinced. The Tang dynasty was facing the most threat, but they could actually send someone to kill one person alone. Every time they were killed, Li Yi's timid appearance would send a large group of people to protect him. The key was that he could kill people himself. His combat skills were not bad, and his reactions were quick. His body looked like a scholar's, but in fact, they had seen him when he was bathing in zhuangzi. Those were called muscles, and the lines were beautiful. In other words, he would take the martial arts exam next year. Even if he could not compare to Guazi, he could still get an A grade. He trained himself every day. Killing was about the intention to kill. It was like fighting. When you attacked, you wanted to kill. When you fought, you were naturally powerful. Many people did not dare to kill, but Li Yi dared. Moreover, he killed so naturally. Such an existence pretended to be a scholar all day long, as if he could not stand the wind. When he heard that a giant panda was bringing 3 little pandas, he actually pretended to catch the giant panda. This person was so insidious. He beat them at their own game. Or don't collect taxes for now. I'm afraid he'll scheme against me. Baigu thought a lot, but Yao Chong was very happy. Li Yi can protect himself. It's a blessing for the Tang dynasty. In history, many people were alienated and assassinated because they could not scheme against themselves. Yao Chong affirmed. He wanted to suppress Li Yi, but he would not allow others to hurt Li Yi. Zhang Shuo added, Your Majesty, you must not fall into the enemy's trap. I'll be alienated. My winged knights were made by him, and they were the first batch that he personally trained. If Brother Yi can fly around, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill people? Are you trying to sow discord and kill me? If he wanted to, he would have succeeded long ago. Who could stop him? He only used something that could fly and a gun that could shoot that far. Doesn't he have any more powerful weapons? Li Longji scoffed at the idea of sowing discord. What sowing discord? Saying that Li Yi wanted to kill the emperor and usurp power? He can do it now. Is there a need for you to tell him that? Your Majesty, I've asked Li Yi's captives to do some work in the coming years. I won't pay them any wages, just like cleaning up the mud in the river now. Wei Zhigu raised his hand to speak. He had been suffering from shoulder pain recently. According to Li Yi's method, if he wanted to climb the wall and move his arms more, he would be fine. What kind of self-limiting disease was this? It was not a big problem. When he was free, he would swing his arm back and forth, hoping to recover faster. Why don't you pay? Don't think that he is easy to bully just because he saved your life. When Baigu heard about money, he spoke up for Li Yi. If you don't collect taxes from him, won't he have more money? Wei Zhigu retorted, I am the Minister of Revenue. If I don't want to make money, how can I have the face to sit in this position? Baigu said righteously, I am the Minister of Works. I want to do projects. I have no money. Wei Zhigu said righteously, both of you want to take advantage of Li Yi. This minister is not. This minister is only thinking about how Li Yi will deal with the Khitans so that the imperial court can cooperate. Yao Chong found his reason. He wanted to control the situation and make Li Yi his subordinate. Li Longji was not willing to listen to their nonsense. He looked at Zhang Shuo and said, "Minister Zhang seems to have something to say?" Ah, Zhang Shuo was stunned. "I didn't want to say anything." "Ah, yes, Your Majesty, if you say I have something to say, then I have something to say." "Your Majesty, what I want to say is, Li Yi hasn't been researching anything new recently. Let him create something. Even if he sells it, the Ministry of Revenue can pay more taxes." Zhang Shuo really couldn't think of anything to say, so he just said something random. Bai Gu nodded. Yes, Daoji was the best. Although he was young, he thought things through thoroughly. Li Longji was not happy. "What do you mean by creating something new? Why don't you research something new?" His gaze moved. Lu Huaishan understood that if he continued to look, he would be looking at himself. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Lu Huaishan did not raise his hand. He did not have scapulohumeral periarthritis. "Minister Lu, please speak." Li Longji liked this kind of harmonious atmosphere between the monarch and his minister. "Your Majesty, after the new year, the imperial examinations will be held in February. The current situation is not clear. You can ask Dr. Li. He was willing to help Lu Huaishan. Li family Zhuangzi still had a second batch of 220 students to take the examinations. Li Yi could not participate. The other imperial examinations were recitation. If it was poetry, he could not help others. It depended on talent. Only the current affairs could be led by Li Yi. He would do whatever he wanted. Why would the imperial court not cooperate? For example, Li Yi had prepared for last year's locust plague for a whole year. "Minister Lu, you really work hard for the country." Li Longji was satisfied. "That's right. I have to help Brother Yi." In Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi did not know what the imperial court was saying to him. He was feeding the panda. The panda switched back and forth between the two children. Its eyes were blinded and its body was numb. In fact, it already knew. It was just switching back and forth between the two children. So be it. It could be raised. Why did it always play tricks? When it saw Li Yi, it sat down beside the cage. It did not know who bandaged it. The knot was not tied beautifully. It had been moved so much that it was untied. Li Yi quickly opened the medicine box and took out the gauze. He reapplied it and tied a beautiful knot. During the whole process, the panda did not attack. When it needed to lift its leg, Li Yi lifted it and the panda lifted itself. "It's almost done. Just a little more. After the new year, I can bathe you after 3 days of changing the medicine. We can put the baby aside first. Tonight, I will change the baby for you. It's the new year. What do you want to eat?" Li Yi communicated with the giant panda and handed it a big goose egg with honey on it. It was said that eggs with honey were poisonous. In fact, it was like eating seafood with oranges. It was not poisonous at all. It required a lot of food, and a lot of food to cause problems. The panda looked at the newly bandaged knot and reached out to hold the goose egg. It smelled it, took a bite, ate it, and started to lick its 2 paws. It wanted to stick its head out of the cage and look at Li Yi. Li Yi hesitated, frowning as he pondered. "Okay, I will put it in the panda garden. When we change the baby, I will need to wear heavy armor and there will be other people with shields. If you attack me, I will use a lot of anesthetics to numb you. I will not play with you anymore." Li Yi decided to put the panda in the garden. It had more space to move. It just needed more people to protect it, including shields, poles, and nets. If it was a large omnivore or carnivore, he would not do it. The panda did not know how to kill a person in one go. It just did not know how to go for the throat. If it was a wild Siberian tiger, it would die immediately. What was there to talk about? Pandas usually bite randomly, mainly the limbs. The premise was that it could not see its own child. You have the smell of its child on you. The panda did not understand. It stretched out its paw. Li Yi touched the outside of its paw and quickly reached in to touch its head. The panda did not move. It kept looking at Li Yi. Chapter 599. Have you heard? Li Dongzhu was assassinated and seriously injured. How is that possible? The winged knights are the bodyguards. How can they injure Li Dongzhu? Heartbroken. I heard that Li Dongzhu is very sad. He is so sad that he can't eat. Why is he sad? If he can't eat, he will starve to death. Because the assassins are so stupid. They are so stupid that Li Dongzhu is sad. He thinks that others are looking down on him. Yes, I'm sad too. When Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi, the news was released. When the people in Chang and were preparing for their New Year's Eve dinner, they found new entertainment. In the Honglu Temple, the Tubo people had found out that the 80 assassins were not under their command. They only found out that the assassins were killed and captured after the incident. The leader of the envoys, Bo Qiao, was very worried. After the assassination of Li Yi was still alive. He thought about the consequences of the Tujuez assassination. He found a lot of wooden boards and placed them in his room, one layer after another. He hoped that they could protect his life from Li Yi's attack. However, he felt that Li Yi would threaten them and then take advantage of them. Li Yi in Zhuangzi did not have time to care about the Tubo envoys. He was giving orders. Slow down. Lift it steadily. Put it down. Okay, put it aside first. 5 cages containing pandas were placed above the panda park. Through the gaps in the cages, the pandas could see the other pandas living below. It was the new year. The pandas were bathing in a small pool filled with soap water. The pandas ran into the pool to make bubbles. Their eyes were not uncomfortable anymore. After making bubbles, the pandas ran into the big pool to wash. The pandas who were taking care of the children rubbed them in all kinds of ways. The children ran around. The pandas in the cages looked at the children. The older ones who were caught later turned to look at their children. The ones with twins looked at their own children. Obviously, they were not tempted. Even if the pandas found water to bathe in the wild, they would not bathe their babies. When it was about time, the 5 cages were pushed into their respective gardens on flatbed carts. As soon as the cage was opened, the big panda immediately rushed out with the child. First, he ran around to confirm his territory. Then he looked at the soapy water in the small pool and scooped it up to lick it. When he realized that it didn't taste good, he went back to the big pond and lowered his head to drink. Li Yi put on the protective equipment and brought the incubator over under the protection of a group of people. The panda looked at him. Li Yi got some honey and put it in a small bowl for the panda. The panda took it and started licking it. Li Yi took a deep breath and reached out to take the little guy out. He turned around and quickly exchanged it with the other one in the incubator and handed it over. The giant panda looked at it, took it over, and continued to feed it. At the same time, it picked up the bamboo shoots and began to chew on them. He didn't do anything offensive. Everything seemed so natural. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li smiled. He could try it a few more times in the future. Once they got used to it, the giant panda wouldn't attack them. However, in the future, they would be separated by the cage. If they attacked, they just had to dodge. Li Dongzhu, will the pandas be scared when Zhuangzi sets off fireworks during the New Year? Guozi didn't interfere. He watched from the side and was worried about the pandas. Horses were scared when they heard the sound of firecrackers. Dogs, cats, and other livestock were also scared. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. When they hear the sound of firecrackers, they will look up at the sky to see if there is thunder or rain. They won't be scared. Speaking of this, Li Yi felt that it was very interesting. The giant panda was a materialist. Once there was a big movement, it would think that it was a thunderstorm. Other animals were also scared of thunder. Therefore, when someone killed the giant panda with a gun, the giant panda didn't know how to run. Xinyan and the others from Nankou started singing and dancing on the stage. Everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere of the New Year. The students from Zhuangzi went on stage one after another to show their talents. Even at the place where the migrant workers were, there were some girls from Nanko who were not as good as them. Yu Jiang was also in the crowd. He couldn't enter the area of Zhuangzi and frowned. He didn't understand what Li Yi was trying to do. The Khitan envoy requested for the opening of economic and cultural exchanges between the Khitan Empire and the Li family Zhuangzi. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty agreed and even specially exchanged documents. Then what was Li Yi's purpose? Did he really want to have friendly relations with the Khitan Empire and help them develop? Yu Jiang didn't believe it himself. He was using this agreement to sow discord between the Khitan Empire and the Turks. After both sides came into contact and explained, he believed that they would be able to see through the schemes of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi, what are you thinking? Yu Jiang didn't have any singing and dancing in his eyes. There was only scheming. Li Yi, who was suspected by Yu Jiang, was thinking about the new year. After a busy year, many things were planned, and Zhuangzi was on the right track. Next year's matters could be dealt with next year. He gave out red packets and ate hot pot. The whole of Zhuangzi looked festive. In the palace, Li Longji invited the officials to a banquet to keep watch. Tomorrow, they would be busy for another day. Everyone was on holiday. Now that many officials were on holiday, they were not qualified to attend the banquet. Empress Wang carried her child. Under the protection of a large group of guards, she waited for the concubines, talents, and other people who were inferior to her to come and greet her. The adults brought their children over and bowed to Empress Wang. Li Tsong and Li Ying, who were also 12 years old, knelt down and kowtowed. Li Tsong was the oldest. He was now called Li Siji, and Li Ying was called Li Siqian. Empress Wang gave each of them a red packet of 100 taels in exchange coupons. She looked at Li Siji's face. There was a cut on Li Siji's left cheekbone. The cut had already healed, but the dent was still there. It was this scar that made many people reject his position as the crown prince. Otherwise, Empress Wang would have made Li Siji the crown prince, since she did not have any children. Li Siji felt uncomfortable being stared at. He wanted to use his sleeve to cover the scar on his face, but did not dare to. Siji, I'll find someone to ask if the cut on your face can be removed. Now that Empress Wang had her own son, she had a better impression of others. As the eldest son of the Tang dynasty, Li Siji's scar did affect his image. She thought of Li Yi. Empress, is it divine Dr. Li Yi? Li Siji also thought of Li Yi. In the entire Tang dynasty, it seemed that only Li Yi's medical skills could give people some confidence. But no one was allowed to get close. Some people even wondered if they should secretly spread the news. But as soon as they mentioned it to the people in the palace, they entered Yeding Palace the next day, and many people died. His imperial father did not care about your identity. As long as you dared to touch it, he would completely deal with you. Yes. Empress Wang nodded. Li Siji's face lit up. He knelt down again and kowtowed. This child thanks Empress. You may rise. Empress Wang nodded. For a moment, the people who came to Empress Wang's side were all moved. Today, the woman had received a small cosmetic box. In the future, if he fell sick, could he be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi through Empress Wang for treatment? Bai Gu, who was eating outside, was also thinking. He muttered a sentence from time to time. If someone listened closely, they would hear that he was saying, "In 3 hours, it will be the new year. In 4 hours, it will be the new year." He wished he had a watch. He used his hand to move the needle, and it would be midnight. Brothers and sisters who are reading this book outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qijian and give me a recommendation vote. The farmer bowed. Chapter 600. 2 fireworks in Chang, and parting for a year. Last year, the stars shone brightly and life's wishes were boundless. In the middle of the night, the fireworks exploded in the sky. People in Chang and ran out and looked up. In addition to the fireworks in the imperial city, they also looked up at the Li family Zhuangzi. Some big fireworks flew high and exploded in the sky. Even the west side of Chang could see them. Older people looked at the laughing children and felt that they were a year older. The children looked forward to growing up and wondered when they could be like other people. Drink. Baigu was energetic. He only ate a few mouthfuls of food and didn't touch the wine much. When it was midnight, he picked up his cup and looked at everyone. It was the new year. After drinking the wine, he continued to mutter, 1 kerosene lamp for 100 grams, 80 grams for one. 10 kerosene lamps for 4,000 milliliters, 1 gram for each sale. 1 thermos bottle for 200 grams, 160 grams for one. I wish the Li family Zhuangzi a prosperous new year. Baigu sincerely hoped that Li Yi would make more money. He had never felt so strongly before. Wei Zhigu looked at Baigu and shook his head, helplessly. It was difficult to be the Minister of Revenue. Fortunately, he wasn't the one now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be much better off than Baigu. At dawn, Li Longji held a court meeting. All the envoys from other countries participated. Li Yi wasn't interested in the court meeting. He went to see the patient. The patient from Tubo was in good condition. There was no infection in the wound. He just lay there and looked bored. Other people helped to take care of his urine. There was no big problem. His stomach was completely empty. The patient was still very surprised that he could survive. He, who had died once, cherished the chance to live very much. Don't worry. According to the situation, you can try to make a sound in a few days, but it will still hurt. Among the drugs Li Yi gave him, there was still a painkiller. The dosage couldn't be large or it would be addictive. The patient blinked with curiosity in his eyes. You want to ask me why I saved you, right? Li guessed. The patient blinked hard. You should have heard it at that time. I wanted to give you a quick death. Your injuries were too severe, and I didn't want to pay a high price. In the end, you still died. Li Yi began to talk about his thoughts at that moment. However, the winged knights want to save him. They want to see how much damage I can heal. I saved you because I wanted to see my medical skills. The patient's eyes were fixed on the canopy, and he could not calm down. His life and death depended on what the winged knights thought. Thank the winged knights? Don't think too much. Since you're alive, think about the future. I paid a huge price to save you. You have to make it up to me. Li Yi smiled, patted the patient's arm, and got up to leave. Dong Zhu, there are a lot of people outside. They want to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Song De happily came over in his new clothes. Sell it and advertise it. From tomorrow onwards, kerosene lamps will be sold for 120 grams and thermos bottles will be sold for 240 grams. Li Yi knew why there were so many people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles today. Many people hoped to use good things in the new year, and they bought these things for the new year. This was especially true for those who learned how to grow vegetables in greenhouses. They had earned money this year and wanted to buy more. After the new year, taxes began to be collected on vegetables in greenhouses. Dongzhu, did the price increase because of taxes? When other merchants pay taxes, will the price of the goods increase and pass the losses to the buyers? Song De considered the problem from a different perspective than before. When the price of some goods increases because of taxes, other goods will increase after a period of time. Li Yi seemed to have planned for this. He continued, there are two ways to solve it. One is administrative intervention to limit the price, and the other is for the market to adjust itself to achieve balance. If everyone increases, how can it be adjusted? Money will be worthless. Song De found the problem. More money will be worthless. The total amount of money will not change, and there will be inflation in the short term. Later, because people can't afford it and have no money, their purchasing power will decrease. They can only sell things at a lower price. This is called deflation. If merchants would rather let things rot than sell them at a lower price, the result will be an economic crisis. Seeing that Song De was willing to learn, Li Yi explained patiently. Song De forgot to sell kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. He found a place to sit down, took out a notebook and pen from his pocket, and jotted down the key points. Li Qingqi came over at this time. He listened to Li Yi's explanation and looked at Song De's notes. He was not in a hurry to talk. He sat there and listened. The real economic crisis is not absolute supply exceeding demand, but the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few people. Our Tang dynasty is based on agriculture. When grain is abundant and the price of grain decreases, it can only mean one thing. Li Yi paused. What's the problem? Li Qingqi asked naturally. Foreign trade is not good enough, and industrial development is flawed. When there is too much grain, we can raise more livestock and poultry. Adjusting the industrial structure and rationally allocating resources is an ability that the upper class of a country must have. It must be discovered early, prevented early, and implemented early. The Tang dynasty is doing a good job now. It regulates the ratio of planting and breeding in each person's field. Li Yi briefly explained the solution to the problem of grain prices hurting the farmers. Grain prices are too expensive and it hurts the people, Li Qingqi said from a different perspective. Therefore, there must be financial subsidies. This is the purpose of collecting taxes. In the process of adjustment, we can use subsidies to get through the adjustment period. Li Yi began to talk about the problem of grain prices hurting the farmers. He told the two that when grain prices are cheap, the country will subsidize the farmers. The price of grain does not change, and other people's food will still be cheap. In this process, we can use grain to breed and brew wine in large quantities. When the grain supply decreases, the subsidies will be removed to maintain the balance. This is the meaning of the existence of the imperial court. The leader is chosen from the earliest people, and the purpose is to let the leader live a good life. Now, we're not choosing a leader, but a change of dynasty. Whoever is in that position will shoulder the mission of leading the people to live a good life. Li Yi did not say that a complete market economy did not exist in the world. Every country needs administrative intervention. Otherwise, why would they choose you to be the leader? That's all for today. Let's go and sell some things. Li Yi looked at Songda. Yes, they are still waiting. Songda kept his notebook and ran away. Brother Yi, let me ask you. You have an agreement with the Khitans. What's the next step? Li Qingqi came with a question. In the new year, when everyone starts to work, they must come up with policies. What was not clear was Li Yi's economic and cultural exchange with the Khitans. This was definitely not Li Yi's matter. It involved the Tang dynasty and the Khitans. Should they make peace or fight, the officials had to know in their hearts. The next step is trade. From here, go a little north. Go through the grassland. After going through the grassland, you will reach the Khitans. The road is easy and you can pull a sleigh. Li Yi pointed to the north. He wanted to take the route from Inner Mongolia to Liaoning and go around Shaanxi. The winter road in Shaanxi was not easy to travel, and at the same time it would not achieve his goal. Who will lead the team? Li Qingqi hesitated. Go around the grassland? That was now the territory of the Turkic Khaganate and not the Chanyu Protectorate. It was outside the Great Wall and it was dangerous. I will go. Li Yi pointed to himself. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please go back to the starting point to subscribe. Chapter 601. No. Brother Yi, it's too dangerous there. Besides, you can't leave Chang'an. Li Qingqi's hair stood on end. He didn't expect Li Yi to go out personally. What a joke! Sending Brother Yi out was a waste of talent. Brother Yi should stay in Zhuangzi. Then, if anyone has any questions about national policy, they can ask Brother Yi. Have you ever seen a prime minister go out instead of court? I'm not going, but others can't. Economic war is not easy. Li insisted. I know. It's written in Guanzi that Guanzhong used economic war to defeat other countries time and time again. He found someone to learn from. Li Qingqi took out the book Guanzi, which wrote about Guanzhong's economic war against Lu, Hongshan, and Chu. When he attacked Chu, he said that he used money to buy silk cloth. Then, the people of Lu stopped farming and planted mulberry trees, silkworms, and woven silk cloth. Then, Qi continued to buy silk cloth. In the end, when Lu ran out of food, Qi cheated Lu. When they attacked Hung Shan, which didn't exist in the spring and autumn period, it was said that Guanzhong knew that Hung Shan's weapons were good and bought them at a high price. All of Mount Hung Nation's soldiers were forging weapons, and there was no one to farm. They couldn't eat, and the state of Qi had once again cheated Mount Hung Nation. They said that they bought deer from Chu at a high price and sold large amounts of food to Chu at a low price. Chu reared deer and didn't grow food. When Chu ran out of food, Qi cheated Chu. Li knew these stories. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, that's just a story. It's fake. Where did Qi get so much money to support a country's main industry? Which country made money and kept it? Instead of spending it, they raised deer, forged weapons, and weaved silk cloth. I said that they bought wormwood at a high price, but the people of the capital government stopped farming and focused on wormwood. The currency of the spring and autumn period was a mess. It was made of bronze. Where did Qi get the money? Li Yi told Li Qingqi not to listen to stories. The stories were just a train of thought. The real situation didn't exist. Now, people still used eggs and bamboo baskets to exchange for things. Silk cloth was also used as money. Copper coins weren't enough. When people made money, they had to spend it. How could they keep it? How long would it take to grow mulberry trees and silkworms? How many silkworms were produced in a year? During this process, the state of Qi had been providing food, and then suddenly ran out of food. In other words, the state of Qi had so much money that it allowed the state of Lu to destroy their fields and plant mulberries on a large scale and to breed silkworms. At the same time, the state of Qi could also sell grain to the state of Lu at a low price, supporting the daily food and drink of the people of the state of Lu. Since your kingdom of Qi is so awesome, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Just think about it. If the kingdom of Qi were to do that, how many times more productive would it be compared to other countries? Behind productivity was production technology. When production technology was used, it would drive military technology. Can't I? Li Qingqi felt that he would be able to understand economic warfare after watching Tube. Economic warfare is driven by simple transactions, but it's not simple transactions. There had to be a process where both sides gained and lost from the trade. The overall profit was a lot, and it was called a trade surplus. It meant that one was taking advantage of others. If the overall profit was low, it would be called a trade deficit, and others would take advantage of it. In a trade deficit, a large amount of resources will be lost, and the strength of the country will weaken. This is usually accompanied by the depreciation of the external currency, but the internal currency will inflate. Li Yi explained the trade relationship between countries to his elder brother. The loss of resources is a trade deficit? Li Qingqi summarized. No, if it's just exporting goods and not enough to buy other people's goods, it will be a trade surplus on the account. If I tell them that there are good iron ore and coal mines in that place, they will mine them in large quantities. When they sell to the Tang dynasty, it will be a trade surplus. The food they buy from the Tang dynasty is enough to eat, and the people can still live a good life. When Li Yi was talking, he thought of a small island country. The people who sold bird poop were actually phosphate mines. There was a time when the people were very rich. The people on the island used to be skinny, but since they became rich, they all became fat. Later, when they were almost sold and had no money, they were not used to living a good life. I can't tell you, Brother Yi. You must not tell me. Do you know where else there are mines? It's best if it's somewhere near Chang and in the Tang dynasty. Tell me. Li Qingqi knew that coal was good, not to mention iron ore. How can he tell the enemy? So I have to go to Chitin and solve the problem in Bohai. Li Yi changed the topic. No. Li Qingqi continued to shake his head. Let's not talk about safety first. How long will it take to go there? The last time he went to Luoyang, Chang, and felt that there was no backbone. Fortunately, the situation this year was more serious because of the locust plague last year. As for the tax collection, Baigu was thinking about the money, but he could not come up with a perfect way to do it. If there was a loophole somewhere, the Ministry of Revenue would think of a way to make up for it. If they thought of a wrong way again, it would delay things. Brother Yi stayed in Zhuangzi. He could ask him anything. Then we can only let their people follow us. First, send some things to the border and smuggle some to exchange for money. Li Yi temporarily dismissed the idea of going out and prepared to carry out another plan. Anyway, any plan would work. The effect was different, so he could change it. Brother, tell the Khitan envoy that the 390 members of the Economic and Cultural Exchange Team in Li Family Zhuangzi, as well as their relatives, will be taken out from the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. Now, I want the team members to come back and perfect the follow-up plan. Li Yi told Li Qingqi another thing. Back then, they had agreed that the safety of the team members must be guaranteed. At the same time, they could withdraw at any time. Now, the team members of the Tang dynasty were the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. There were 390 people. Their relatives were there to play, so they had to be brought back. There were 390 captives here. In exchange, the captives could also be transferred to the team members of the Khitan team and brought back with their relatives. Li Qingqi was confused. Team members can be like this? It was impossible for the other party to agree. The people who were captured were the private property of the people in each place. Brother Yi, I'm afraid this exchange of captives is not appropriate. Li Qingqi shook his head. Why is it not appropriate? Li Yi was puzzled. The number of captives is different. With their families, there are more captives. Li Qingqi said with a look that said, You don't even know this. I've taught 390 people skills. What did the Khitans teach us, the Tang dynasty people? 390 people can grow bean sprouts. Did the Khitans teach the people of the Tang dynasty how to grow bean sprouts? Li Yi's sophistry made others feel that he was right. They won't agree. Li Qingqi judged others from his own perspective. If it were him, he would not do it. I don't expect them to agree. Let's contact them first. We'll discuss the number of captives later. There's also the follow-up plan. Li Yi also understood that others would be fools if they felt uncomfortable. You said that 390 people in exchange for 390 households, and they would exchange with you? He said, If we go and come back, it will be April or May. I've already arranged everything. If I go there myself, it'll be easy. No, let's do it according to the difficult plan. Li Qingqi firmly stopped him again. Chapter 602. The price is going to increase. The prices of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles will increase by 20% tomorrow. Hurry up and buy it. If you buy it today, you can resell it tomorrow for 110 yuan. It's still a huge profit. I'll buy one for my brother in Fuping County. He can't make it today. When Song De announced the price adjustment for tomorrow, many people who wanted to buy one set immediately requested to buy 3 sets. The news spread quickly. Those who did not plan to buy it did not hesitate to buy it when they heard that the price had increased by 20%. Some businessmen even bought 10 sets at once. One set represented 1 kerosene lamp and 1 thermos bottle. In the imperial city, a banquet was held in the palace at noon. Everyone ate and drank before leaving. Those who left today were on annual leave. Those who wanted to visit relatives went to visit relatives, and those who wanted to build connections. There were only 2 months left until the imperial examinations. This was the last chance. Those who did not have a place quickly went to attend. Those like Li Bai, whose household registration was not in the country, had to attend the imperial examinations. Those who wanted to get promoted through another channel would take advantage of the imperial examinations to select talents. Go and take a look at those who are willing to join the Li family Zhuangzi. They can write a children's song with snow as the theme. Li Yi decided to give those who did not have the right household registration and other aspects a chance. Write a children's song to test their talents. If they felt that they were good enough, they would be exempted from the imperial examinations. Take other people's paths. Those people were troublesome and might not be useful. Even if you found the connections of the Ministry of Revenue, are you sure that he would arrange an official position for you? He could only recommend people to the higher ranks. It was good that he was here. He could think of a way. Li Yi felt that he should be selected for the imperial examinations. There might be some talented people who could not take the imperial examinations directly. He had a deep impression of Zhang Yuan during the Song dynasty. His name was not originally Zhang Yuan. He later changed his name to get closer to Li Yuanhao. There was another person who said that his surname was Hu and changed his name to Wu Hao. Wasn't that Yuan Hao? Zhang Yuan took the imperial examinations, but he was removed from the imperial examinations. He was unhappy and did not have any thoughts of loyalty to the emperor. He went to join Li Yuanhao. After that, he contributed to the Battle of Hao Shui Chuan and defeated Han Qi. After the Battle of Song, he lost many soldiers and generals. Zhang Yuan used his own achievements to give Zhao Jin and the other officials a tight slap in the face. Li Yi felt that there were such people in both the Song dynasty and the Tang dynasty, especially those from the Tang dynasty who went to Tubo to give advice to others. He wanted to choose the good ones. As for those who were not capable, they could go wherever they wanted. Of course, he didn't care about literary talent, unless the other party was willing to specialize in literary work. That was the arrangement. Song Da was selling kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, while Deputy Manager Senexan was in charge of spreading the news. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi on the east bank of Bar River was willing to recommend outstanding talents. Dong Zhu was the Guanglu Daifu and the accompanying army deputy captain. At the same time, he attached the questions given by Li Yi and asked them to answer according to the questions. Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi wants to recommend someone. Will you go? On the road next to Heavenly World, several students had just received the news. No, he only has money, hot air balloons, and gunpowder. He doesn't have any real power. For example, we can look for Prime Minister Liu. Prime Minister Liu has a lot of people in Chang, and we can use their connections to see if Prime Minister Liu likes us. Yes, it's better to look for someone with real power. The group of students walked away while talking. Yao Chong and the others who were about to go in for dinner looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan was looking at the students. He had seen their faces just now, but now he had to remember their figures. Hurry up and go upstairs. Li Yi has raised the price. Bai Gu urged. He was the one who invited them. They had dinner at Heavenly World and talked about the price increase of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. When they arrived at the private room, Zhang Yuan looked outside and shook his head. Li Yi finally showed his kindness. I wonder how many people will be indebted to him. There should be someone who will guide the people who think highly of him to submit an invitation to Li family Zhuangzi. Wei Jigu said. He was referring to those people who knew about Li Yi's situation. If someone sent an invitation to them, they would need to use their connections. Since Li Yi wanted them, they should give it a try. As long as Li Yi said yes, there would be no problems. They would be able to meet the emperor. They would not be afraid in front of the emperor. They would become officials. Regardless of which channel it went through, it would eventually reach His Majesty. The person who could influence the emperor the most was Li Yi. He sold a lot of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles today. How can we check the accounts? Bai Gu did not want to talk about other people's business. He knew that money was coming. He had heard that some people would buy 10 bottles at once. 1 bottle would cost 80 liang, and 10 bottles would cost 800 liang. Li family Zhuangzi should be able to sell a few thousand bottles today, right? If they were lucky, the Ministry of Revenue would have an extra 200,000 to 300,000 liang. The problem now was the exact number. What if Li Yi did not admit that he had sold so many bottles? What if she found that he had falsified the accounts? Wait, when it's time to go to work, Li Yi should hand in the accounts. Yao Chong was calm. He was just surprised by Li Yi's selling methods. When he said that the price would be increased tomorrow, the number of bottles sold today increased sharply. Those who were in a situation where they could buy, or not bought. I'm afraid that those who did not buy today will scold Li Yi. Some of them are not in Chang and are in other counties. They will not be able to come here in time. When Baigu was thinking about earning tax money, he thought that Li Yi was too anxious. He thought that Li Yi sold so many bottles for him and gave the Ministry of Revenue a good start. However, his methods were not good enough and forced others to spend money on the day. The assassination of the Tubo people did not succeed. I think that Li Yi will not let that happen. He will definitely make up for it. Zhang Shua did not care if Li Yi was scolded or not. He was wondering if Li Yi still wanted more horses. The Tubo people might not give them to him. Lu Huaishan took a sip of warm water and said, "The Tubo people sent people to compete. The leader's leg was broken by his own people. Li Yi did not agree to it. There should be a result after the new year." There are many things surrounding Li Yi every day. The Khitan envoys exchanged documents. What will Li Yi do with this? Yao Chong pulled on the string of the bell, indicating that the waiter could serve the dishes. He was guessing what Li Yi would do next. He had never seen such an erratic way of doing things, especially when it came to external strategies. He was not used to it. Let's see how the Turks react. Will the Turks attack the Khitans? The Turks have an endless civil war. Zhang Shua thought that it was a ploy to sow discord. Otherwise, if economic and cultural exchanges could not be used, how could they really communicate? The road was so long. What could the other party sell, and what did they need? The vegetables are here. There are a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. The vegetables sold today will have to be taxed. Baigu had already sent people to check on the daily quantity of vegetables in the greenhouses. Today, there were people guarding the two markets. At the same time, he sent people to guard the greenhouses. In the future, the greenhouses would have to record the daily shipments. When the market prices were out, they would collect 1/10 of the taxes based on the recorded quantities of each type of vegetable. Before the new year, he hoped that people would buy less vegetables. After the new year, he hoped that the vegetables in the greenhouses would grow better and better so that more people would buy them. The Tubo people who were mentioned went to attend the court meeting. They were all listless. They returned to the Honglu temple and sat there worrying. Things had happened. When the festive atmosphere of the new year gradually disappeared, they did not know what Li Yi would do. Chapter 603. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. On the second day of the first lunar month, many people were greeting each other at the head of the Ba River Bridge. The people who set up the stalls were gone. They probably spent the new year at home or went to sell elsewhere. There were many people at the head of the bridge. They came here to drink soup. Some people went to visit relatives from Chang, and in horse carriages or ox carts. Most of the carriages were rented by the Li family Zhuangzi. Most of the carriages had 2 wheels, so that it was convenient to carry goods. Those with 4 wheels could only run on the official road of the capital office. It was strenuous to run on the small roads, and it was easy to overturn. There were also people who went to Chang and from Lantian County or further east. They had fewer carriages. Some people walked through the night and only arrived at the head of the Ba River Bridge now. They all ran to the head of the bridge to drink the free soup, especially those who walked here by themselves. They were tired, cold, and thirsty, those who went out of Chang and took this road purely for luck. It was unknown who spread the rumor that one would have good luck if he drank the free soup of the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi disguised himself and also stayed at the head of the bridge. He was waiting for someone to write a children's song and send it to him. In the end, after waiting for 2 hours and copying a medical book of 3,000 words, he didn't see a single student who sent the children's song. I'm just a secondary class, second rank official. Why am I so unwelcomed? I'm giving you a chance. Can't you seize it and cherish it? Li Yi stopped writing and rubbed his wrist. He was depressed. Li Dongzhu, why don't you continue to receive patients? Guozi, who was in charge of protecting Li Yi, suggested. No, I'm too busy. I was busy before. I almost delayed one of them. Li Yi shook his head. Previously, he received 5 patients a day. When he went out, the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department came and went to save them. They almost died. From then on, he stopped. He couldn't let the patients die in Zhuangzi. Some of the families of the students in Zhuangzi were old and passed away, but they weren't too sad. They thought that the elders had a good life in their last days. It was their birthday. Normally, if someone in Zhuangzi fell sick, they wouldn't die. Moreover, with good hygiene, a good life, and a good mood, it was not easy to fall sick. Li Dongzhu organized a skating competition. Guozi helped him think of something again. Big Brother has specially set up an ice rink somewhere else. He doesn't even come over. It's very difficult for outsiders to enter Zhuangzi now. Li Yi was still depressed. He felt that Zhuangzi was a big cage. If the villagers had a bit of status, they would definitely have someone to protect them when they went out, let alone when they went out. If the people outside had any problems, they could settle it on the other side of the bridge. Ice skating required a venue. Zhuangzi was out of the question. There were too many people, and it would take a lot of effort to check. Therefore, they built an ice rink in another place and organized activities. If you want to travel to the Zhang family village, you can't wait to check your 8 generations of ancestors. In the end, even more rich people went there. Most of them brought their children over and left the children in the Zhang family's village to take care of them for a day. The parents were concerned about their children's safety. They left their children at Zhang family village and went off to discuss matters on their own, or whether it was a man or woman. Steward Song, look, my house is far away, and I can't not spend the New Year at home. I rushed to the place to buy kerosene lamps. How did it become 120 kerosene lamps? Songda was selling luxury goods. Some people were complaining and expressing their dissatisfaction. What they meant was that they came from far away, and it should still be 100 kerosene. Dongzhu said that 120 kerosene is not expensive. We still have to pay taxes, and we can't earn much. Songda explained to the other party. How can Li Dongzhu be like this? He has increased the price. I'm not buying any more. 120 kerosene. How many years is that enough to buy candles? Li Dongzhu has changed. Everyone, wait for him to lower the price. He saw that there were many people buying, so he raised the price. He's a bully. Several people were talking, and those who wanted to buy hesitated. Guozi looked and frowned. Li Dongzhu, someone is up to no good. It's okay. Li Yi wrote some words on a piece of paper and handed it to Guozi, asking him to help him deliver it to Songda. Songda took the paper and looked at it. He spat twice and stuck the top part of the paper to the edge of the table. The weather was cold and it quickly froze. I'll buy it. 120 kerosene lamps and 240 kerosene bottles. 1 for each. I'll buy 2 of each. Here's the money. 20 of the same. They're all ready. You want to buy copper coins and silk? I don't have that many coupons. In an instant, the voices of opposition disappeared, and everyone began to buy, because it was written on the paper. After the 15th of the first month, the price of kerosene lamps will be raised to 150 kerosene bottles and 300 kerosene bottles. With this sentence, everyone had the desire to buy. They felt that as long as they waited for another 10 days, they could sell the kerosene lamps for 140 kerosene bottles and make 20 kerosene bottles. Li Dongzhu, do you keep raising the price like this? Guozi said with a bitter face. While he admired Li Yi's methods, he was also worried. If it was too expensive, there would be fewer people who could afford it. Only a small portion of people would buy it. In February, my price will drop to 80 kerosene bottles and 160 kerosene bottles. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. then the people who bought before will hate you. Guazi felt that if he were in his shoes, he would have the heart to kill someone. No, the people who bought before will feel that their luck is good. When others want to buy from them, they won't sell. Li Yi was still smiling and shaking his head. Why? Guazi felt that Li Yi was sick because he couldn't find people who would come to pay him a visit, because there are serial numbers at the bottom of the glass of the kettle and kerosene lamps. When Zhuangzi comes out with new things, only people with these serial numbers can buy them. Others have money and won't sell. No matter how much money they have, it has to be the people who buy it now who bring their things over and record the serial number. Li Yi threw out another sales method, just like when he bought a car. After owning the car for a few years, one would be qualified to buy a new car of the same brand. Not only would the old car not depreciate, but it would also appreciate. Guazi, he finally understood why Li Dongzhu always donated money. He donated tens of thousands of kerosene bottles, hundreds of thousands of kerosene bottles. It was really too easy for Li Dongzhu to make money. When he had no money, he just thought about it and casually threw out something, and a lot of money came in. Li Dongzhu, you should be the Minister of Revenue. Guazi said from the bottom of his heart. I'm not going. I'm too tired and have too many things to worry about. I think old Bai is now thinking about how to get money from me. In the past, he was a cheerful old man. Ever since he became the Minister of Revenue, he looked at everyone as if they owed him money. The Li family, Zhuangzi, cooperated with the people of the counties to build the greenhouses. The Minister of Revenue's people didn't even celebrate the New Year and ran over to count the number of goods. Ha ha ha, Li Yi said as he laughed. Ha ha. Guazi also laughed. Only by following Li Yi can he hear someone ridiculing the Minister of Revenue. It's still impossible to collect taxes from all sides. The people groomed by the Ministry of Revenue have to go down to the localities and teach them how to operate. The local big families have connections with the local government, and the local government might not collect taxes. The follow-up restrictions have to be implemented. Some officials can't be promoted. The amount of taxes collected has nothing to do with them. They have to be given a chance to be promoted. Li Yi turned his head and talked about the problem of human nature. Policies are ultimately implemented by people. When interests are affected, it depends on who can gain more benefits. Otherwise, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Chapter 604. As soon as Li Yi said old Bai, a carriage came over, followed by 4 guards on horseback. The carriage stopped, and 2 servants got out, followed by Bai Gu. Bai Gu was wearing casual clothes, holding a whole wheat bun in his hand. He went straight to the place that provided free soup and said loudly as he walked, I'm poor, I don't have money to make soup. Drink a bowl for free. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Li Yi. Bai Gu didn't see him, so he said it on purpose, and then let someone pass it to his ears. Old Bai, I have free wheat rice mixed with bran. Do you want to eat? Li Yi couldn't help but ask. Huh. Bai Gu was shocked and turned to look at Li Yi. It took him a while to recognize him. He scooped the soup and brought it over. Xiao Yi, how did you become like this? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. Li Yi's mouth was covered with a beard. Being the real me for once. Li Yi reached out to adjust the beard. Bai Gu didn't understand the relationship between the beard and the real Li Yi. He lowered his head and looked at the soup. Today's soup is good. There's pickled cabbage in it. He took a sip and found that the taste was really good. I made too much pickled cabbage, stewed with bones. Everyone found that if they ate it all, there would be leftovers, so they just ate a little and added water to the rest for others to drink. Li Yi explained why there was pickled cabbage in the soup, then sighed. The villagers can't even compare to others when it comes to eating. Guazi agreed. They eat too much meat. The people of the Tang dynasty should have time to raise more chickens. The Ministry of Revenue plans to add a new department dedicated to collecting taxes. It will be separated from rent collection and transfer, all the way to the county. Bai Gu didn't study the Li family Zhuangzi's life. Others couldn't learn how good it was. He said that he wanted to set up a tax department under the Ministry of Revenue. From the Ministry of Revenue to the various prefectures and counties, they came to ask Li Yi. If it didn't work, they would think of another way. The Ministry of Revenue is directly in charge. It has a lot of power and independence. But does it count if it's linked to the achievements of local officials? Without the benefits of the local government, it would be difficult to collect taxes. Now, not all of the taxes collected were handed over to the imperial court. A portion of the taxes would be collected by the local governments, the counties, and the prefectures. The more taxes they collected, the more money they could spend. At the same time, it proved that the officials were capable. The imperial court was directly under the jurisdiction of the national tax, not the local tax. How could the local tax be linked to the achievements of the officials? The Ministry of Revenue is training personnel to be proficient in the use of triple coupons, as well as the use of red and blue pencils and carbon paper. Baigu asked Li Yi about the arrangements for these people. Send them to the state capital and transfer people from the state capital and the counties below to learn from the staff of the Ministry of Revenue. The people of the Ministry of Revenue will be responsible for auditing the accounts and teaching other people how to keep accounts. Li Yi gave the people currently studying in the Ministry of Revenue an independent position and did not participate in the specific process of collecting taxes. Baigu nodded slightly and looked at the people fighting to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. We still have to wait for a year. Why are they in a hurry to buy when the prices have increased? Because the prices will increase in a few days. Guazi answered from the side. His position was special. He was a 6th rank official, but he did not need to give face to any officials other than the emperor. The other officials usually did not interact with the winged knights, much less with Guazi. Keep increasing? In the end, there will be fewer people who can buy them. Baigu asked the same question as Guazi. Guazi answered, "Wait for a while." He told him about the right to buy Li's new set of good products. When he looked at Baigu, he shook his head slightly. What he meant was, "You didn't expect this, did you?" Baigu, Xiao Yi, why don't you be the Minister of Revenue? Baigu said the same thing as Guazi. Old Bai, you can still appoint the Minister of Revenue now. If you resign, it will be up to the emperor to decide who will be the Minister of Revenue. Li Yi observed Baigu's expression. He was looking to see if Baigu was sick. According to the information, Baigu was going to fall sick and die this year. The specific time was not mentioned. In any case, it was this year. Baigu felt uncomfortable being stared at and changed the topic. The promotion of local officials cannot be calculated by taxes alone. Otherwise, I am afraid that taxes will be imposed. Speaking of this, he was familiar with this. In the past, he had always written to stop the officials who were directly appointed by the emperor to the secretariat. After that, they were removed and appointed again. It was not until Li Longji killed a bunch of people, including Princess Anil, that most of the officials who were previously appointed were dealt with again. There were also exiled officials who were promoted outside of the 9th rank. In the past, if one was good enough, he could directly promote them to the lower 9th rank. His suggestion was that exiled officials also had 9 ranks. Similarly, they would be tested 1 rank at a time. Otherwise, exiled officials would become a formality. Now, he was talking to Li Yi about the evaluation of local officials' achievements. Whoever collected more taxes would be promoted. Did the evaluation of other aspects still need to be done? Then there would be cases where goods that could only be sold for 50 CUN would be said to be worth 100 CUN when taxes were levied. The merchants would be at a disadvantage. Li Yi gave Baigu a thumbs up. This depends on the population of a place and the amount of taxes paid. The more prosperous a place is, the more taxes it has to pay. If there are no special circumstances, if the taxes of a lower county and an upper county are more than one, there must be a problem somewhere. Either the lower county collects more taxes, or the upper county collects less taxes. Li Yi gave a way to measure. The lower county had fewer people, and the upper county had more people. The business of a place with a small population would not be as good as a county with a large population. If the business was prosperous, the population would be higher. Every year, the amount of taxes paid by each county would be recorded. When the tax was promoted according to the size of the county and the proportion of the population, there would be a general ratio. This is a good idea. Bai Gu thought it would work, and he was relieved. As expected, he should have come and looked for Li Yi. If there was something he could ask in person. How troublesome would it be to write a letter? After finishing a bowl of soup, he asked Li Yi for a basket of vegetables. He left the steamed bun for Li Yi and left happily. Li Yi looked at the steamed bun. Can this still be eaten? You played with it like a toy. Yes. Guizi gave an affirmative answer, not to mention whether Bai Gu's hands were dirty or not. Even if it fell on the ground, it could still be eaten. Throw it into the soup pot. Boil it for a while, and it will kill the bacteria. Li Yi said. As expected, he threw the steamed bun into the soup pot. Immediately, someone stood at the side and waited for the steamed bun to soften. This was a steamed bun. Don't move. It's mine. I saw it first. My house is far away. I can walk to Chang'an. I'm hungry. The person guarding the soup pot stopped the others from taking the spoon. No one will snatch your steamed bun. I will scoop the soup. You watch. When will the Li family Zhuangzi's food be controlled by others? The person holding the spoon pulled the person away. Sure enough, he only scooped the soup and did not even take the pickled cabbage. Bai Gu entered the city. He thought for a while and went to look for Yao Chong. He wanted to ask Yao Chong how to control the price of an item if the price kept increasing. Yao Chong was receiving people. There was a long queue at the door. Many people were not here to meet Yao Chong. They were here to meet Yao Chong's family. They were not qualified to meet Yao Chong. But if they met his family and even the housekeeper, they would be able to establish a relationship with him. Bai Gu alighted from the car and went straight in. He muttered, There is also a queue at my house. These people are always thinking about other things in order to secure their positions. They should learn from Li Yi. As long as they are capable, they don't need to worry about their positions. That's right. Li Yi cannot be a powerful official. Chapter 605. Bai Gu left Yao Chong's residence and went home to deal with the people lining up at his house. Yao Chong didn't see any guests, so he started to think in his study. Bai Gu told him about the follow-up to the price increase of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. But this wasn't the main point. The balance between tax collection and political achievements of officials involved the entire imperial court. The Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue had to work together to avoid the situation of local officials forcing merchants. At the Ba River Bridge, next to Li family Zhuangzi, there was a long line of people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Most of them were merchants who wanted to buy them and ship them elsewhere to sell. Generally, merchants who were in a hurry to do this had shops elsewhere. If the goods were broken, they would bring the broken pieces to the shops. When they came to Chang'an to sell or buy goods, they would bring them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for new ones. Of course, they didn't need to pay the shipping fee to preserve the reputation of the shops. The people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles carefully wrapped them in fine cloth and fur to avoid breaking them. The two things that Zhuangzi brought were covered in hay, which didn't look meticulous at all. At noon, Li Yi was eating with the people of the Yu Qianyo Guard at the bridgehead. The people of the Qianyo Guard carried plates and served dishes. They ate quickly outside and were afraid that the food would get cold. During the New Year, among the dishes provided by the manor to the 16 guards who had been rotated here, there were more green vegetables. Usually, there was more meat to ensure that the 16 guards were willing to come on duty. When the 16 guards were on duty in their own places, they didn't eat good food. The salary they received was wheat, millet, yellow rice, and sorghum rice. If they wanted to buy something else, they could buy it with rice. They didn't have to use copper coins or silk. When the Qianyo Guard was on duty, they ate in the palace, but it didn't mean that they ate well. Recently, Li Longji had become rich, so he took out some money to let Empress Wang subsidize the harem. The money was mainly the profits from Li Qingqi and Li Yi's partnership. Li Yi didn't want it and threw it all in to continue investing. Li Qingqi had to give some money to his brothers, and Li Longji got the most. The 6 Li village grew cotton and greenhouses. Apart from using a portion, they sold the rest. The quality of the food in the palace was slightly improved, but it still couldn't compare to the Li family's zhuangzi. The 16 guards were now rotating every 10 days. If the left and right 1,000 bull guards didn't want to change, the other guards wouldn't. Zuoyu Qianyue took a look and realized that it only happened once every 160 days. Thus, they took action. Wei's team had a special duty at the bridgehead of Ba Bridge. The other guards were not allowed to have it, but the 1,000 bull guards could arrange for their brothers to eat as much good food as possible. Happy New Year, Li Dongzhu. Yu Jiang came over and greeted Li Yi with a smile. Li Yi returned the greeting. Brother Yu, Happy New Year. Then he added, Brother Yu, why don't we eat together? That's fine too. In that case, many thanks to Li Dongzhu. Yu Jiang didn't refuse. He went to get a tray and casually scooped out a few dishes before bringing them over. It seems that this year's New Year is not bad. Yu Jiang sat down and began to find a topic to talk about. In other words, in the east of Taihang Mountains, the locusts will come out again. Last year, some places were late, and the locusts' eggs had already entered the soil. Deep plowing and soaking in water are good for dealing with the eggs, but ordinary people can't do anything about it. They can only wait for the locusts to come out. It's best to deal with them when they're young, but once they mature and form a large group, they can only be killed with smoke and fire. They can't be eaten. When Li Yi talked about locusts, some of the locusts were still young when he brought the chickens and ducks there. At the same time, they didn't cover the sky and earth. The timing he chose was right at the crucial point. If the locusts came out again this year, the chicken, duck, and pig farmers would be happy. Yu Jiang listened carefully and remembered that this was knowledge. It would be easier for him to deal with the locusts in the future. He didn't know that it was impossible for locusts to appear in the northeast now. There were many trees, birds, and animals. The locusts could find food on their own. If there was enough food, they could be eaten by the birds. Li Dongzhu, I have a method to cure the chitons. It's about locusts. Yu Jiang followed Li Yi's words. What's the method? Li Yi was curious. Catch a large number of locusts and send them outside the area occupied by the chitons. After they are released, the locusts will form groups and eat the chitons' food. Yu Jiang gestured as he spoke. It seemed that he didn't have a good impression of the chitons. No, if the chitons don't have food, they will die. I'm currently in contact with the chitons and want to have friendly relations. The chitons have a hard life. If it wasn't for the Turks invading too much, the chitons would be better off with the Tang dynasty. I can understand their situation and am willing to help them. This way, there won't be any war, and everyone can live a good life. Li Yi waved his hand and had a compassionate look on his face. Yu Jiang was stunned. He didn't know if Li Yi was speaking the truth or not. Li Dongzhu, you captured 390 of them. How are you going to deal with them? Send them back? They are soldiers. Yu Jiang asked casually. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not capturing them, I'm teaching them. I'm teaching them all kinds of things in life, especially farming. They can leave at any time. When the weather gets warmer, bring a batch of goods, and they will follow back. Then, we'll trade them with the chitons and send them back. At the same time, we'll take back the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Don't go to war. War will kill people. After Li Yi finished speaking, he lowered his head and ate furiously. If he didn't eat, the food would turn cold. Yu Jiang had a lot of questions, but when he saw Li Yi's current state, he didn't say anything and continued eating. By the time Li Yi finished eating, Yu Jiang had just finished eating. After the New Year, Brother Yu, don't forget to help manage the market at Kodo. If you're familiar with it, I'll find a way to arrange an official position for Brother Yu. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and went to get a bowl of soup. He told Yu Jiang about the future arrangements. Yu Jiang quickly agreed. Okay, I've seen it before. Not bad. I can manage it well after the new year. After dealing with this matter, he changed the topic. Li Dongzhu said that he wants to trade with the Khitans. The weather is warm now. What do the Khitans have to trade? There's a lot of platycodon. There's also prickly old buds. The prickly old buds are the best. They're tastier than Chinese tune sprouts. Li Yi emphasized the prickly old buds. This was a specialty of the Northeast. It was very rare in other places. What does it look like? After Li Dongzhu mentioned it, I'm hungry again, Yu Jiang said with a smile. Let me draw a picture for you. You'll know when you see it. As Li Yi spoke, he opened the box beside him and took out a pen and paper. He used a pencil and sketched. Not long after, the picture of the prickly old buds was drawn. After thinking about it, he took out a red and blue pencil and colored the picture. Brother Yu, look, this is it. It's delicious. If you bring it to Chang, and I'm willing to buy it for 100 renminbi per caddy. Li Yi showed the picture to Yu Jiang. As he spoke, he started to draw again. Other than these, there's also a carrot. It's also not bad. It looks like ginseng and platycodon, but it's neither. Let me draw it for you. Not long after, he drew another picture of a carrot. This one had nothing to do with carrots. It was just like how the chili plants in the Northeast had nothing to do with chili plants. They were called clematis in the Northeast. Some of them were as spicy as chili plants. Yu Jiang took the picture and looked at it again. Li Yi drew another picture of a clematis in the Northeast. Brother Yu, you might not know this, but this is my favorite. It's spicy and makes my whole body feel comfortable. It's a pity that you can't find it anywhere else. The third picture was good. Li Yi said to Yu Jiang regretfully. These are all valuable. Yu Jiang was thinking of selling them for money. He had seen all the things drawn on the picture before. He didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend money to buy them. Others don't know. If I buy them, I can sell them for a higher price. Unfortunately, that place is occupied by the Khitans. The Khitans themselves don't know, and I can't go there. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression. He no longer had the excitement he had when he was drawing the picture. Chapter 606. Li Yi was only feeling regretful, but Yu Jiang felt his heart ache. Money, so much money. It was just sitting there and no one wanted it. Bo Haisi doesn't understand either. They occupy the largest area. Li Dongzhu, do we dry these things in the Khitans? Yu Jiang wanted to send a message back. Dried bellflower and carrots will do. Old sprouts and this mountain pepper seedling won't do. It's also called clematis. Li Yi shook his head and pointed at the two pictures. We can't transport the green ones. Yu Jiang frowned. There's a way. Canned food in porcelain bottles. We don't need porcelain bottles. Porcelain bottles are expensive. First, blanch them with boiling water. After blanching them, soak them in cold water and marinate them with salt. Although it's not as good as fresh ones, the taste can still be preserved after soaking them in water. Li Yi casually gave a storage method. It sounded simple. However, the key was that they needed clay pots. The Khitans didn't lack salt. They had salt lakes, but they lacked iron, ceramics, and tea leaves. Is there any other way? Yu Jiang was disappointed when he heard about clay pots. Of course there is. The salted vegetables in my zhuangzi can be woven into wrought tin baskets and lined with oiled paper. They won't leak. Li Yi gave another method. Oiled paper. Yu Jiang realized that they needed something. The Khitans didn't even have oiled paper. Actually, I know that the Khitans don't have good conditions. That's why I'm thinking of bringing what they have to me. We'll send what they don't have to them. This is called mutual exchange. If we have something that the Khitans don't have, we'll give the Khitans something that isn't valuable. No one will lose out, and everyone will develop harmoniously. Don't you think this makes sense? As Li Yi spoke, he drew a picture of a zhuangzi container containing shrimp oil side dishes. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the sentence, "Famous 900 miles beyond the Great Wall. The taste suppresses the 13th floor of Jiangnan," and labeled the container as assorted side dishes. Yu Jiang sat there and took a deep breath. He then got up to serve the soup. After returning, he smiled and said, "If Li Dongzhu can really get in touch with the Khitans when the things are shipped back, I'll also try them." Let's hope so. I'm just afraid that the Khitans won't be able to figure it out. With the two regions sealed off, it's not easy to even drink tea. The Bohai Sea does occasionally transport some tea back. After Li Yi finished speaking, he drank the soup, cupped his fists, and turned back to Zhuangzi. Qing Song came over, put the things into the box, and dragged it away. Yu Jiang sat there and looked at the 4 pictures, especially the picture of a small vegetable jar. "I can use this to pack the goods and sell them at a high price in the Tang dynasty. No, I have to send a message back. I have to agree to some economic and cultural exchange." He mumbled and kept the 4 pieces of paper. He crossed the bridge and returned to his home. Guozi found a place to write a letter and sent it to the palace. He knew that Yu Jiang was an elite spy of the Khitans. However, when he met Li Yi, his identity was exposed at their first meeting. Li Yi actually knew where coal essence and amber were produced. The Southwest didn't have them at all. In the palace, Li Longji accompanied Li Dan to eat spicy hot pot. Li Yi gave extra light to the small peppers in the greenhouse. When the peppers ripened, he would harvest them. He kept the peppers and made them into chili paste and chili powder. He didn't sell them and only gave some to Li Longji and the others. Knowing that Li Yi didn't need to use his life to exchange for food, Li Longji ate happily. During the New Year, all the sacrificial ceremonies had been held and there was no court assembly. The family ate and drank. The other concubines, Jowie, and talented people didn't come. Empress Wang was there. She carried her son and ate by herself. The little boy saw that others were eating happily and reached out his little hand. Ah! Empress Wang picked up a carrot stick and dipped it in the clear soup. She pretended that it was ready to eat and fed it to her son. The little boy grabbed the carrot stick and slowly bit it. He felt that it was ready. "If I let you eat this spicy food, you'll cry endlessly," Empress Wang said with a smile. She gave the baby some spicy sauce a few days ago, and he cried. "Sanlang, I heard that the prices of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles have increased again. Li Yi is helping the Ministry of Revenue make money." Li Dan had been a little uncomfortable recently. The weather was cold, mainly because of the low atmospheric pressure. He wanted to go to the drunken immortal residence to soak in the hot spring, but he wanted to bring Li Yi with him. Li Longji put 5 bunches of mushrooms in it. He wants to establish the Li family Zhuangzi brand in Baishui. If things are cheap, how can it reflect the good of Zhuangzi's products? For this year's imperial examination, we should ask Xiao Yi more about the current affairs. Noble consort Lu helped to speak up. Usually, she didn't have the power to interfere. Today, she specifically spoke up for Li Yi. Yes, we should ask. Li Longji understood that there were 220 students in Zhuangzi who had to pass the imperial examination. There wouldn't be a problem if the current affairs were revealed. If the questions were written from memory, it wouldn't be a pity to eliminate them if they didn't pass. A young eunuch slipped in and found Gao Lisher. He handed over a letter and quietly slipped away. Gao Lisher glanced at the letter and handed it to Li Longji. Li Longji glanced at it and read it carefully. After reading it, he handed it to Li Dan. Brother Yi has made a move. The Khitan spies he kept finally came in handy. Li Dan read it and handed it to noble consort Lu. At the same time, he said, Zhuangzi wants to sell oil paper. He can make a lot of money. Noble consort Lu read it and handed it to Empress Wang. She said, "It's hard for that child. What kind of people does he have to deal with all day? I heard that Yao Chong and Bai Gu are very rude to him. Li Longji smiled and nodded. He knew what was going on with Yao Chong and Bai Gu. Yao Chong was naturally unhappy that his power was taken away. Bai Gu wanted to make more money for the Tang dynasty by being the Minister of Revenue. In the past, the Minister of Revenue could only rob the East Wall to pay the West Wall. Now that there was a way to make extra money, he had to keep an eye on it. If he didn't become the Minister of Revenue, he would treat Li Yi differently. Uncle wants to give the Khitans some benefits first. As long as the Khitans can benefit from the business, they will inevitably change their strategy towards the Tang dynasty. When they have money, they can't buy iron and food. Instead, they will buy luxury goods for the tribal leaders. The money will come back again. It looks like both sides are benefiting, but in fact, the production of luxury goods will take less time, and the digging and processing of wild vegetables will take more time. Empress Wang analyzed from another perspective. Once the situation was opened, the relationship between the Tang dynasty, the Khitans, and the Turks would change. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lose out. The luxury goods he sold were not available to others, so the price was high, but he didn't have the money to make the materials. The luxury goods that the Li family Zhuangzi made in 2 hours were sold to the Khitans. It would take 100 Khitans a day to make them. If they exchanged like this for a long time, it would affect the Khitans' work in other areas. It might seem like a small amount, but they might not be able to exchange for anything in the future. For example, let the Khitans pick pine nuts, hazelnuts, or wild walnuts. Oh, and let them grow soybeans. Li Longji nodded. When they are short of food, brother, you will exchange for them. Why would you give them food if they are short of food? Noble consort, Lu couldn't understand. She thought that if the Khitans were short of food, they could starve to death. That way, the Khitans will be completely relieved and know what they are short of. The Li family Zhuangzi will give them everything. Once they get used to it, they will be controlled. Empress Wang had a strategic mindset. The first time the Khitans were short of food, they didn't exchange for food, and some people starved to death. The Khitans understood that they wouldn't be able to use the same trick against them in the future. Chapter 607. In Baifu Palace, Empress Wang thought that the enemy was short of food. This was the best strategy. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Guazi asked Li Yi the same question. Li Dongzhu, if the Khitans lack food after the exchange, are you willing to sell food to them? Guazi thought about the Khitans' living habits and winter environment. Every winter, some of the Turks, Khitans, Tubo, and Bohaisi would freeze and starve to death. The Khitans don't lack food. I will give them in advance so that they won't notice the lack of food. Once they are short of food, they will definitely be vigilant. Counting on the enemy to be a fool only shows that you are a fool. Li Yi's way of doing things was different. He gave directly and sent the key items over on a daily basis. You will also give them to Kuhanzu? The Kuhanzu that Guazi mentioned was Bohaisi, the regime established by Dezwerong. The main ethnic group in the regime was the Sumoy Mo. The current state was called the Zhen state. They were accumulating strength and making friends with the Tang dynasty on the surface. Give them. They all need trade. Without trade, I can't get in touch with them. Our Tang dynasty can't transfer troops to attack them now. The northeast has many mountains and dense forests. 100,000 soldiers will have to be withdrawn in winter. Otherwise, the logistical pressure will be too great. They can still continue to run north. How long do we have to chase them? Li Yi's request was very simple. The first step was to get in touch with them. While Dezwerong was still alive, he had to speed up the layout. They didn't have a good navy at the moment. In history, when Dezwerong died and his son ascended the throne, his strength would be strong. He had a navy that attacked the Tang dynasty on land and water. At the same time, he also contacted the Japanese Empire to deal with the Tang dynasty. Of course, in the end, they were destroyed by the Khitans. The weak Khitans became strong. After the Tang dynasty ended and entered the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, the Song dynasty came out and the Liao dynasty was established. Guazi didn't know about history. He only felt that he was unfamiliar with this kind of war. Yes, he felt that Li Yi was waging a war, a different kind of war. He thought for a moment and said, "How long will it take to end?" "End? Do you mean to kill them all or occupy them?" "Kill them all and wait for the Tang dynasty's navy to have more money and ships. Let's wait for 5 years. If we occupy and integrate them, we need to colonize and move the people from other parts of the Tang dynasty there." Li Yi didn't know how long it would take. Things had just started, and he wasn't a god. If the commoners go over, won't they rob them? Guazi felt that the other races were all barbaric. If I'm stronger than him, he won't snatch it from me. Wait for me to finish making the gun. The iron we have now is not bad. I'll make a good furnace and blow air into it to make steel. Li Yi also had plans for war weapons. If the steel of the flintlock gun was not good, the barrel would explode. If he didn't want it to explode, he could only increase its thickness. It was dead heavy, and he still had to carry gunpowder and bullets. Other than the advantage of shorter training time compared to archery, there were no other advantages. "Li Dongzhu, is the gun you're talking about the same as the one you're using?" Guazi knew how powerful a sniper rifle was. "In theory, yes, but it's not that powerful. Wait a little longer. I need to improve the smelting and processing techniques." Li Yi knew that Guazi wanted to have a good gun, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. "In short, I just want to protect you. I don't know anything else." Guazi temporarily gave up the idea of learning all of Li Yi's skills. He was very willing to learn. Now he could calculate and draw, and he could do them well. However, he realized that Li Yi knew a lot of things. Before he could understand one, a new one appeared. Before he could learn the technique, strategic arrangements suddenly appeared. If he didn't stay by Li Yi's side, he wouldn't know how ignorant he was. Yu Jiang finally sent someone to deliver the letter in the middle of winter, and the New Year holiday was over. The next time it was lively would be on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and there would be lanterns then. Bai Gu went to work. He actually went to work every day, took a look, and then went home. Today was the 8th day of the first lunar month, and it was a 7-day holiday. Many people still hadn't recovered from the holiday atmosphere, and they were lazy when they went to work. Did Li family Zhuangzi give the money? Is there a ledger? Bai Gu had just entered the office when he found someone to ask about Li family Zhuangzi's taxes. It was delivered yesterday evening. According to the ledger, a total of 695,000 taels of goods were sold in the past 7 days. As for the tax, it's now 556,000 taels. Li family Zhuangzi gave us exchange coupons with a value of 10 taels each. There's a total of 55,600 coupons, and they're all locked in boxes. It's very heavy. The assistant minister on duty last night reported the situation to Bai Gu. Li family Zhuangzi's coupons were very heavy. There were 55,600 coupons, which was more than 100 kilograms. Good. What about the tax for the greenhouse? Bai Gu smiled when he heard that Li family Zhuangzi had sent the money over. All of a sudden, there was an extra 556,000 taels. The Ministry of Revenue had a good time this year. Li family Zhuangzi would continue to sell in the future. As for the ledger, there was no need to look at it. With more than 500,000 taels, how could Li Yi falsify the ledger even if he wanted to? Xiao Yi is still the best. If there's anything in the future, I will definitely help him. Even if I have to ask Her Majesty. Bai Gu muttered that he wanted to help Li Yi settle some things. As he spoke, he mentioned Her Majesty. He wanted to say that even if Her Majesty wanted to deal with Li Yi, he would also help. Suddenly, he realized that Li Yi didn't need to ask him for help. How could Her Majesty deal with Li Yi? He felt uncomfortable. The assistant minister pretended that he didn't hear the latter part of the sentence and directly answered the first part. The greenhouse that Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with 20 counties, and the greenhouse that others built privately. From the first day of the first month to last night, the total amount of vegetables sold was 233,100 taels. The tax amount is 233,100 taels. Currently, it hasn't been collected yet. The ledger needs to be checked. However, the greenhouse owners have already agreed to pay the tax. They'll get a 10% discount. More than 260,000 taels in 7 days? Is it from the capital government? It's not Chang and city, but it's not a lot. Bai Gu saw that he had collected more than 200,000 taels. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, he felt that it was not enough. Minister Bai, not everyone can afford to eat vegetables in winter. The assistant minister reminded him. That's still not enough. I remember that the prices of vegetables these days are very expensive. Bai Gu had sent someone to ask about the prices of vegetables. Did you forget what was written in the newspaper? To preserve vegetables such as cucumbers, cowpeas, eggplants, etc., wrap them in newspaper. The assistant minister reminded Bai Gu again. Bai Gu remembered that the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper did mention how to preserve vegetables in winter. Wrap the vegetables in newspaper and put them in a place that was not frozen but was very cold. This way, some vegetables could be stored for half a month. Therefore, the poor people prepared to have a meal during the New Year. This was how they did it. They even taught people to buy cowpeas and other vegetables in advance and then blanch them or fry them. They would wrap them in oil paper and put them outside to freeze. When it was time to eat, the melted vegetables would taste slightly different from fresh ones. Of course, the people believed what was written in the newspaper. This was how they did it. When it was a few days before the New Year, they would not buy the vegetables anymore. They would just eat the vegetables from the previous year. Sai, forget it. We can't expect to earn money from the people. Why does Xiao Yi have so many ideas? Bai Gu mumbled again. He realized that he could not complain about Li Yi's methods. Was it easy for the people to eat vegetables in winter? Chapter 608. Minister, Bai, the tax collected by the Ministry of Revenue in 7 days is 182 million yuan. The assistant minister kindly reminded him again. This was more than 800,000 yuan. Last year's rent and transfer were converted into money, so it was 2 million yuan. The greenhouse vegetables could still be sold for many days. Even if the price dropped later, it would not be a problem to collect hundreds of thousands of yuan in tax. The Li family Zhuangzi's kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were still sold, and there was still money. We should collect business tax. Yes, Xiao Yi is good. She took the initiative to pay business tax and even suggested the idea of collecting tax. Even if the tax is 1 in 30, how many taxable transactions are there in the Tang dynasty every day? Other places. As Bai Gu spoke, he became unhappy when he talked about other things. This was Chang'an city. There were many rich people in Yangzhou, Hangzhou, Suzhou, Yizhou, Luoyang, and other places. Other places did not have so much money, and it was impossible for people to spend more than 100 yuan on vegetables in 7 days. In fact, the people in Chang'an city spent more, but they bought it before the New Year and wrapped it in newspapers or oil paper to store it. Minister, Bai, we should quickly promote the collection of tax in the entire Tang dynasty. The assistant minister was even happier. No, we must promote it steadily. Don't be impatient. We can't bring harm to the merchants. As long as the merchants pay taxes normally, the Tang dynasty will have a lot of money. Bai Gu suddenly calmed down. He was scared. Money needed to go through the hands of local officials. The imperial court said to collect taxes, but the local officials had a name. What would they do? Yao Chong waved his hand and asked the assistant minister to leave. He sat down and began to write a memorial. He wanted His Majesty to strictly control the local officials and come up with a new plan. 10% tax, 20% tax, 30% tax. As long as the merchants paid the normal taxes, the Great Tang would have enough money. If the merchants were harmed because of this, would there be any eggs left after the hen was killed? Li family Zhuangzi. Brother E, I brought you 200 kilograms of pepper. You can eat it without worry. It's too expensive. You even feed the horse. When Li Qingqi got the pepper, the first person he thought of was Li Yi, so he sent it to him. Jiangnan East Road. Li Yi asked, It's from the southwest. We can plant it there, but not anywhere else. Li Qingqi pointed in the southwest direction. Big brother, there's a problem. This pepper is most suitable for growing in Guizhou and Rongzhou under Jiangnan East Circuit, Lingnan Circuit, and Xinzhong Circuit, especially the Thunder Prefecture. Pepper grows like crazy there. Millions of pounds of pepper can be harvested in just 1 year. Li Yi named the most suitable place to plant pepper. Now, it was actually being planted in the southwest where there was a conflict with the southwest barbarians. Of course, it was expensive. As for Leizhou, which was also Hainan at that time, he produced more than 40 million kilograms of dried pepper a year. That lousy Thunder Prefecture. Li Qingqi's eyes widened. In the Thunder Prefecture, if an official was exiled there, he would be killed. It wasn't as good as places like Yuezhou, where people had a way to survive. How many millions of caddies of pepper could be produced in a year? Li Qingqi was sweating. He was completely frightened. Pepper was very expensive. Only the Li family Zhuangzi cared about the horses and would occasionally give them a handful. If there were millions of caddies of pepper, then it wouldn't be expensive. It wouldn't make more money unless there were restrictions on the sale. Big brother, send people to plant pepper. Otherwise, why should others sell it to us and make a lot of money? Li Yi thought of the surplus of pepper in other places, which was disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. Yes, send people. Who should we send? You have to make it clear that it's not an exile. You have to give them medicine and floral water. There are a lot of mosquitoes there. Li Qingqi began to filter the list in his mind. He wanted the people he trusted the most and told them that he was going to plant pepper. Li Yi thought for a while and said, Why don't I go there? In less than a year, I can take care of the local villagers and ask them to help plant pepper. That won't do. Brother E, you must stay in the manor. I have someone in mind. Li Qingqi refused without hesitation. He knew that no matter where he sent Brother E, the local area would be under Brother Yi's control. But he couldn't send Brother E to Chang. Brother E was the most useful person. Moreover, Brother Yi's medical skills were the most important. If anyone fell sick and couldn't be cured, they could directly ask Brother E for help. It's a matter of saving lives. If Brother E goes out and everyone falls sick, what will happen if they die? In that case, Big Brother, you can arrange it. There are 2 ways to plant pepper. One is to grow seedlings and the other is cuttings. Cuttings grow faster than seedlings. Seedlings grow faster by using seeds. If you want cuttings, you need to find pepper trees and take branches from them. I will write down the 2 methods for you, including what kind of land to plant, how to fertilize it, and how to take care of it during the growing period. In other places, it can be harvested in 4 years. In Leizhou, it can be harvested in 3 years. Li Yi said and took a pen. He wanted to write down and draw some pictures so that people could see the pictures more clearly. 3 years is enough. It's not much. Pearl culture still needs many years. Li Qingqi actually hoped that he could plant pepper this year. Fortunately, he didn't lose his mind and knew that it was impossible. He looked at Li Yi writing and drawing and sat quietly beside him drinking tea. He didn't think that Brother E didn't know how to plant pepper and was just blindly writing and drawing. He was thinking about how to arrange people. In 3 years, he wanted the most loyal people to go there. After 3 years, when the harvest began, should this person be transferred back or continue to stay there? If he was transferred back, he would be treated very well. Otherwise, he would be thrown away. Just like pearl culture used shellfish. After putting in the shellfish, the pearls would be produced. The stewards had agreed that after the pearls were produced, they could come back immediately if they wanted to. If they didn't, they could stay for a while. It turned out that there were so many places suitable for planting pepper, especially in Lijiao. The local mountain people were troublesome. Why wasn't there another person like Brother E? Li Qingqi was worried. If he sent someone else, it would be too slow and not good enough. Big brother, you have to trust some people. If you tell them the specific problems in advance, they will have countermeasures. There are many smart and capable people. Li Yi seemed to have seen through his brother's dilemma. He was efficient in the past because he was rich. If he spent money, the mountain people would feel his friendship. Others might spend less money and achieve better results. Looking at the officials fighting for power in the imperial court now, none of them were given for free, because those who couldn't do it had been eliminated long ago. They were not even qualified to enter the imperial court. Some people helped Li Longji to seize the throne. They were given an official position, but they were thrown away in the end. Some people felt lost. When the power they obtained was gone, they couldn't recover. Some people were capable enough. They still worked in the local area and then returned to the imperial court. This was the emperor's plan, to wash away the sand with great waves. Brother E, write another method about local governance. I will let someone learn it. Li Qingqi didn't know that Li Yi's thoughts were wandering. He wanted someone to do it. I will write a few methods for people to refer to. They don't need to follow the instructions completely. They can be used flexibly. Li Yi agreed. After all, the profits from pepper were obvious. Even if the annual production was 5 million caddies, it was still a good price in the Tang dynasty. If it was half the price, more people would buy and eat it. If it was 1/10 of the current price, people who were willing to buy it would pay at least 20 times. A pair of shoes that cost 1,000 yuan might only be bought by 10,000 people. A pair of shoes that cost 100 yuan would definitely not be bought by 100,000 people. It might be bought by 1 million people. Chapter 609. I'm not sick. Get out. Who would come here to treat people during the New Year? I'm not sick. Ha ha ha. In the Ministry of Revenue, the imperial physicians who rushed over from the Imperial Medical Department were chased out by Baigu. Minister Bai, since you're not sick, why don't you allow us to examine you? The imperial physicians still wanted to examine you. They heard that Minister Bai was laughing for no reason. They were afraid that he had lost his mind. They only arrived when His Majesty sent someone to the Imperial Medical Department. Sure enough, Minister Bai was behaving inappropriately and could not stop laughing. Come in. I heard that the Imperial Medical Department does not have enough money. See if this money is enough. Baigu led the imperial physicians into the room. The big box brought by the Li family Zhuangzi was placed here. He opened one of the boxes and revealed the money inside. I'll give you 100,000 taels. Give us money. 100,000 taels. The imperial physicians stared at the money in a daze. Are you happy? Baigu asked. The leading imperial physician nodded. Yes. Do you want to laugh? Baigu asked again. Yes, ha ha ha. The imperial physicians laughed, and the others laughed as well. 100,000 taels. See, you all know how to laugh when you see money. I will naturally laugh when I see money. However, I can't give you the money. Go back. Baigu closed the box again. The imperial physicians were dumbfounded. How could this be? Baigu asked them to leave. The imperial physicians left in a daze. They knew what illness Baigu and Minister Bai was suffering from. It was similar to their own illness. However, Minister Bai's illness was happiness, while theirs was sadness. 7 days after the New Year, the Ministry of Revenue received nearly 820,000 taels. The tax is really useful. The Ministry of Revenue received a lot of money. The news that Baigu was not sick had spread throughout the imperial city. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong suppressed his excitement and finished his work. He looked for Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua to have tea in the hall. He was lamenting the wealth from the tax. More than 800,000 taels could be used to do many things. Lu Huaishan was calmer. Currently, the Li family Zhuangzi is exporting a lot of goods. In the future, the taxes they pay will definitely decrease. Zhang Shuo held a different view. Chang and other aspects of business and taxation are no worse than the Li family Zhuangzi. The 22 counties of the capital government must not be obstructed in collecting the business tax this year. Yao Chong was ready to charge. This was real money. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't expect more in the future. There were still 2 months to harvest in the greenhouse, and some vegetables could be sold until 3 months later. The business tax for shops and large transactions was the foundation of tax collection. It was like a continuous stream of water. When collecting taxes, they faced pressure from many people who had connections in the imperial court. They were officials whose families had business dealings and officials who were recommended by large clans. They were prepared to kill. At the very least, they had to banish those who jumped out, such as Lizhou. We can't banish any more officials to Lizhou. We need to send trusted people there. Li Qingqi was talking to Li Longji. He had received Li Yi's notes on pepper planting and how to deal with the local aborigines. Lizhou, which could grow large amounts of pepper, was no longer a good place to be banished. If he threw bad officials there, they would take advantage of him or cause trouble. Li Longji flipped through the notes on governance. There was nothing interesting about pepper planting. Li Longji knew that Lizhou was in chaos. There was a period of time when Chen Wenyu, a local official, was appointed as the provincial governor. Chen Wenyu was originally from Lizhou, which was called He Province. In the 5th year of Jingguan's reign, he was sent to be the provincial governor for 8 years. Because he was a local, the local people accepted him more than foreign officials. He promoted the integration of the local people with the Han people. In fact, he introduced a series of city building models. The local powers were persuaded by him and built the city. As a result, many people moved to live in the city. He stayed there and wasn't transferred back. In the end, when everything was almost done, he passed away. After he died, the local people called him the God of Thunder. If other officials were to go there, it wouldn't be easy. A high-ranking official exiled by the imperial court couldn't be sent to Lizhou to be the provincial governor. It was already very serious to send him to the south of the Yangtze River. Only a small official was sent to Lizhou to be some county magistrate. After he went there, the real officials were all Lizhou natives. If things went wrong, the county magistrate might die there. If he was killed, he could just say that he died of illness. Lizhou wasn't as prosperous as it was during Li Yi's time. The main thing is to manage Cheongzhou well. Only by managing Lizhou well can we steadily encourage the people to plant pepper there. Cheongzhou and the other provinces have many mountains and dense forests. The climate is hot. Li Longji read out what Li Yi had written. The Tang dynasty didn't manage Cheongzhou at all and left it to the locals. As long as the locals didn't rebel and no one rebelled, everything would be fine. Li Yi's idea was to develop Lizhou. From Lizhou to Cheongzhou and the other provinces, which was Hainan Island. What the locals didn't need were seeds and food. Just plant something there and it would grow like crazy. There were more mountain people in Lizhou than in Cheongzhou. The situation there was like a primitive forest. What they needed the most were tools. Tools for farming and hunting. Hunting was directly related to food. At the same time, it was a method to deal with wild beasts. There were no tall buildings. There were beaches, but there were no yachts or seaside villas. Brother Yi said to bring a large amount of malaria medicine and distribute it to the people. Whoever has malaria should quickly take the medicine. Also, send ships to deliver a large amount of ceramics, bows, and arrows. We don't have to worry about the locals rebelling with good weapons. Buy cattle and horses from other places to help the locals with their farming. The people living in the forests and mountains will learn how to farm and continue to build cities. This way, they will have protection against wild beasts. Li Qingqi wrote down everything Li Yi wrote. Now, arrange for people to transport things out of the Yellow River when it's passable. This included the cement produced by the Li family Zhuangzi. The fleet would sail along the shore to Laizhou. First, vigorously develop Laizhou and plant seedlings in Laizhou. At the same time, attract the people of Qiongzhou and other provinces to Laizhou to learn. Li Longji nodded. This is our own business. Spend money first and gradually develop. Li Longji didn't plan to hand over the pepper planting matter to the imperial court. The imperial court already had enough tax revenue. Governing the southernmost region must be reasonable. The key was money. Who would be willing to throw money in if they couldn't get any benefits? After thinking for a while, Li Longji said, "It's difficult to travel by land. We should develop water transportation." As Brother Yi said, a suitable place for pepper planting is rice that can be cooked 3 times and vegetables can be grown all year round. Navy. I want to build a navy like the Winged Knights, invincible and invincible. He strengthened his confidence. This was also what Li Yi wanted to promote. The navy could bring wealth to the Tang dynasty. At the same time, it could also contribute to the stability of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi was also thinking about ships. After he went to see the patient with the lung injury, he sat in the study and pondered. Which kind of ship should I choose? What kind of balance should the inland river ships find between big and small ships? How should I deal with the coordination between sailboats and paddle boats? Li Yi thought. He drew a picture of a ship on a piece of paper. At the same time, he looked up information and pondered which type or types to release. Actually, steamships are the best. Steam, alas. It involves the entire industrial system. First, we need to create steam power. Then, we can think about putting it on ships. Li Yi muttered and drew another type of ship. Chapter 610. After 3 days, Li Yi finally finished his drawing. He brought a stack of drawings to the workshop and handed them to everyone. Let's work together and produce results as soon as possible. Let's start with a smaller one that can sail on the Bar River. When you have finished, the river will be developed and Zhuangzi will use it to transport goods. Li Yi was relieved after giving his instructions. He thought for a while and muttered, "Tubo is so shameless. If I don't do anything, don't they know how to apologize?" "Where is Songda?" Li Yi asked someone. The person shook his head. Li Yi turned and entered the monitoring room. "Where did Songda go?" "I saw the path Steward Song took just now. He should have gone to the kiln at the back." The person in charge of monitoring answered. Li Yi went to the kiln and found Songda. He gave him some instructions, and Songda smiled and nodded. Just after noon, a 2-wheeled carriage from the Li family Zhuangzi arrived outside the Honglu Temple in the imperial city. The people who followed them carried a box from the carriage and placed it in front of the Honglu Temple. They then drove the carriage away quickly. There was a burning incense on the box. The passers-by looked at it curiously and smelled it. It was an incense used to drive away mosquitoes in summer. The people from the Honglu Temple came out to take a look. Not long after, the officials left one after another. No one touched the box. The other people also came out to take a look. When they saw the burning incense, an inexplicable sense of fear appeared. They each found an excuse to leave. The leader of the Tubo envoys, Bo Xie, was depressed. The box was not for anyone else, and no one could touch it. But what was in the box? "Quick, run. There should be gunpowder inside. The gunpowder used in firecrackers. When the incense burns to the back, there will be a loud explosion. God knows how big the explosion will be." Isimba, who was sent by the Tubo to compete, guessed. "How can it explode if it is extinguished?" A Tubo envoy wanted to take action. "Don't touch it. It belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. It is not the box we are waiting for. If we touch it, the Li family Zhuangzi will have an excuse to cause trouble." Isimba quickly stopped them. If anyone wanted to touch it, it should be the officials from the Honglu Temple. "How should we deal with it? Li Yi is coming for us. Retreat. Let's head out first and find a place. Quick." Bo Xie urged. Since they were going out at the last moment, he didn't care anymore. When the commoners noticed the situation, they all moved away. He waited and waited until the incense was extinguished. There was no movement at all. The Li family Zhuangzi's men appeared again. They circled the box a few times, shook their heads, lifted the box into the car, and left. The people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies all returned. The danger had passed, and there was no explosion. Something must have gone wrong. Tubo's people also headed back. Just as they arrived outside the Honglu temple, a villager ran over with a bag in his hand, mumbling, "Let's fight! Let's fight!" Poof! He threw the bag at the feet of Tubo and the others. The villager suddenly sped up, as if he was trying to hide from something. "Quick, run!" Isimba shouted loudly. Whoosh! The surrounding Tubo people ran in all directions. "Aye, take me with you," said Isenbul, struggling with his crutch, and falling to the ground with a plop. He struggled to get up and crawled some distance away. The villager who had thrown the bag ran back. He was just as suspicious as before. He circled the bag twice before picking it up and leaving. It's fake, it's fake. It's all fake. Li Yi is just trying to scare us." Isenbul lay there, thinking it through. Since that's the case, let's not bother about him in the future. The Tubo man who had returned panted heavily. No, he might do something real. The key is... Isimba thought of something else. Before he could finish speaking, the Tubo man came over. "You Tubo people have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Don't implicate us. Compensate us. Hurry up and compensate us. You've been scaring us to death. The assassination didn't succeed, and you want to pretend it didn't happen? What are you thinking? We even lost a horse last time. You should move out. Don't stay with us in the Honglu temple. We're always on tenterhooks because of you." The other foreign envoys started to criticize the Tubo envoys. Bo Qiao finally understood. He gritted his teeth, despicable. He knew that Li Yi was trying to scare all the envoys in the Honglu temple and use them to force his Tubo to compensate. There was no need for evidence for an assassination. The key was that the Li family Zhuangzi's men could torture people in the Honglu temple, but he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi himself. The only thing he could be thankful for was that Li Yi didn't intend to kill anyone yet. The group returned to their own courtyard. For the time being, they couldn't hear the complaints of the other envoys. "Why don't we challenge Li Yi?" Isenba said helplessly. He wanted to wait until his leg was better. What if he doesn't agree? Bo Qiao was worried. "We'll use their men as bargaining chips. As long as he agrees to the challenge and wins, we'll release some of their men." Isenba had already made a plan. He had discussed it before coming out. He wanted to force the imperial court of the Tang dynasty to put pressure on Li Yi. Tubo would always find opportunities to rob the people of the Tang dynasty. After robbing them of their money, they would bring them back to work. The people who were robbed were not all Han Chinese. Some of them were local people of various ethnic groups. However, they were all people of the Tang dynasty. If they were robbed, they would be Tubo slaves. If the Tang dynasty fought with Tubo and won, they would capture the other party's prisoners and exchange them with Tubo. The current problem was that Tubo captured more people than the Tang dynasty. Okay. Bo Qiao immediately wrote a letter of credence. He could only represent himself. He didn't belong to the prime minister. After handing it to the officials of the Honglu temple, Tubo's men waited. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Longji and Empress Wang brought the child over in the evening. They examined the child's body first. He didn't have any health problems and was very active. They hugged him, but he didn't agree. He struggled to get off the ground and crawled around. "Brother Yi," Tubo's envoy wrote a letter. "He wants to compete with you in the name of the 200 people of the Tang dynasty who were robbed." Li Longji told Li Yi about the letter of credence he received today. Last time, Tubo formed an alliance and betrayed them. They didn't even bring the people. Why should I believe them? Li Yi curled his lips. Tubo had no credibility. This was an excuse to refuse. Li Longji lowered his head slightly. He thought and said, "The officials in the imperial court have many supporters. Let them compete. If they lose, they will be beheaded. If Tubo wants to compete with me, it should be technology." Li Yi could guess that the 20,000 caddies of alcohol were almost used up. He lit the hot air balloon again and again. As long as the people of Tubo were not stupid, they would definitely understand that the key technology was missing. One was the technology of how to lift the hot air balloon. The other was the technology of alcohol distillation. Otherwise, they would know how to burn it. Is there any other way? Li Longji didn't say anything out of anger. The robbed people had a chance to come back, but the imperial court didn't agree. They were in a passive position. Let them send 200 people over as hostages. The Tang dynasty has more credibility than them. When the news is sent back, their people will come over. I have also made arrangements here. It's cold now. I have a Sherwin method, but it's not suitable for operation. Li Yi gave a method. He also knew that once the news of Tubo spread, the hat of righteousness would be put on his head. Tubo used an overt scheme. He could only use it against them. Okay. Li Longji was willing to cooperate. Third brother, tell them to put the matter of the people aside. How much money do they have? I will use money to gamble with them. Li Yi was thinking about the money brought by Tubo. If the other party paid, he would also pay. If his technology was not good, he would use it to gamble with the people. Chapter 611. This is simply forcing us to do something we can't do. On the 12th of January, there were still 3 days to the Lantern Festival. In the Honglu Temple, Isinba, Buju, and the others were working hard. There was a glass half filled with water in front of them. Li Yi gave them a question and sent them a glass quilt and half-filled glass of water. He demanded that the Tubo people could only use these two things to create a rainbow. Otherwise, they would have to compensate him with 2,500 horses, not one less. The Tubo people started to try. They tried to change the angle of the sun, but they couldn't create a rainbow. Try dripping a few drops of oil in it. A Tubo person suggested, "We can only use the glass and half-filled glass of water. We can't use anything else. How can this be possible?" Isinba was depressed. The competition hadn't started yet, but Li Yi had casually thrown things and questions at them, and they couldn't do anything about it. I don't think it's a psychological attack. He is doing this on purpose to tell us that the competition questions are more difficult than this, and to make us back off. Another Tubo envoy guessed. 2,500 horses is the compensation for the failed assassination attempt on the Turkic Khaganate. Does this mean that as long as I have 2,500 horses, I can assassinate him once, and if I fail, I will have to compensate him with horses? 2,500 horses that haven't been castrated. Where can we find them? He even asked us to send 200 people over as hostages. He just doesn't want to compete. Can we see a rainbow with half-filled glass of water? He even said that we can compete with him with money before the hostages arrive. He will pay for it. We can't take out our questions casually. Why don't we think of some questions specifically for exchanging techniques? He will only compensate us with money. The Tubo people were vexed and said that they could see a rainbow with half-filled glass of water but couldn't see it. More importantly, they knew that Li Yi was angry and had started to make a move. With the Tujue and other foreigners' actions, it seemed reasonable for them to ask for horses. Ask him if we can change to other animals. If it's okay, we will take out money to buy them in Chang. And Isinba decided to compromise for the sake of the overall plan and his life. He hated those people who acted on their own initiative. Why didn't they all die? 34 of them were captured alive. The people of the Tang dynasty, especially the people of Chang, and were waiting for this year's lanterns. The people in the 20 counties who had participated in the greenhouse planting cooperation had money. They formed a small team in their respective counties and came to Chang and to watch the fun. They chose to settle down in the Zhang clan's village. Cars arrived one after another. The poor people who were originally wearing new clothes had joyful and timid expressions on their faces. In the past, they didn't dare to come to Tang, and because they didn't have enough money. Although some counties were less than 100 miles away from Tang, and they didn't dare to come here. As soon as they arrived at the Zhang family's village and found a good place, they took out 2 memorial tablets from their luggage. One was for Emperor Li Longji, and the other was for Li Yi. He placed the memorial tablets on the table and lit 2 sticks of incense. Seeing the incense stick rise, they felt that they had completed the most important task. The people in the Zhang family's village felt very warm because they also burned incense for Li Yi and His Majesty every day. I won't go to Chang'an this year. The guards are too busy. Li Yi was arranging things for the festival in Zhuangzi. He didn't dare to go to Chang'an. Like last year, he took the children there. If someone took a risk and killed them, it would be useless. Since he couldn't go to the city, he took out the water curtain device that he had used once before. No matter how gorgeous the lantern scene in Chang'an was, it couldn't be compared with the water curtain device. The masters of Xinyan came here 2 days ago to rehearse in Zhuangzi. Other masters of Nankou wanted to perform in the imperial city, but they knew that the performance in Li family Zhuangzi was more important. Seeing that the arrangement was almost done, Li Yi found 220 students who were also rehearsing. I'll give you a question. Don't spread it outside. For example, what will be tested in the imperial examination this year? If you don't test poetry, you'll test Fu. Now that the year is good, everyone is happy. So practice Fu. Don't be the same as everyone else. Li Yi said the name of a Fu. The 2 words Fu in Fu meant a good harvest year. To write a Fu with Fu as the topic, there was a requirement in the rhyme. The rhyme of Fu must be a good harvest year. First, write the rhyme of the word country, followed by the word good harvest year. He didn't know if it was right or wrong. Anyway, according to the information, the first person in 716 was called Fan Chongkai. During the imperial examination, Fan Chongkai answered the question, Fu. Later, when Li Longji built the Tower of Petal and Sepal in the 8th year of Kaiyuan, Fan Chongkai also wrote a Fu for the Tower of Petal and Sepal. He said how good and how powerful it was. It was the best Fu in the world. It was as awesome as Zhang Ruox's Fu. However, Li Yi didn't find any information. He didn't think there would be another Tower of Petal and Sepal. The Tower of Petal and Sepal was built by Li Longji at the corner of Xingqing Palace to see his brothers. From upstairs, one could see the 5th prince's mansion. Unsurprisingly, this year's imperial examination was Fu. The current situation was different. Think about the business tax collection, the economic and cultural exchange between the family Zhuangzi and Khitan, the development of the navy, and the military reform to promote advanced weapons. Just casually learn about Tubo. It's useless. You took the exam last year. You can't take it every year. Li Yi said a few more words and turned to find something to do. The students' eyes lit up. It's coming. It's coming. Last year, Li Dongzhu gave the 42 seniors special treatment. This year, there were 2 months before the imperial examination. He gave the questions. After the 15th day of the lunar month, they quickly practiced. It was a pity that Li Dongzhu didn't give the questions that required memorization. It would be great if he gave the questions. All of a sudden, the 220 students became mysterious. They looked like bad guys who wanted to steal their questions. In the political affairs hall of the imperial city, Yao Chong also took a glass cup. He borrowed it from Li Longji. He filled half the cup with water and found a place with sunlight to adjust the angle. Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan watched from the side and gave ideas. Does it have to be shaken? I remember that sometimes when there was water in the basin and the light shone on the roof, there would be a rainbow. Zhang Shuo recalled the things in his life. He thought about it again and didn't have any impression. Yao Chong listened to him and shook the glass cup. There was no rainbow. Li Yi said it was a rainbow. It might work if we put another glass in the glass cup. but he said we can only use these two things and nothing else. Lu Huaishan thought of the lenses of reading glasses. He also had one. If others needed to buy it, he would get it for free. Take a big glass cup and put this in. Is it against the rules? Yao Chong thought of adding other things. If it could be put on the windowsill, why couldn't it be put in other things? Li, you wouldn't have thought of something you can think of. I guarantee it won't work. Zhang Shu'a shook his head and put his hand in front of the glass cup. Pick up the glass cup. It's diagonal. The bottom of the glass cup is tilted backwards. Lu Huaishan went forward to help. The water had been spilled, but there was still no rainbow. Such a good question should be kept as a last resort. Why did you throw it out so casually? Yao Chong still didn't give up. He believed that if he gave the item to Li Yi would immediately let them see a rainbow. Such a difficult question. Why not keep it? Because he can come up with more difficult questions. Others take a long time to think of a question, but he just did it casually. Zhang Shuo sighed. Chapter 612. What song are they practicing? On the 14th day of the first lunar month, Li Qingqi came over for lunch. He heard the song practiced by the southern folk, but he had no impression of it. Rosy clouds chasing the moon. They'll perform a song tomorrow night. Li Yi served the spicy mutton giblets he made. Tubo asked if they could use other cows and horses to replace the 2,500 military horses. Li Qingqi brought new news. They can't give us military horses. Change it to 5,000 cows and horses that are over 1 year old and under 3 years old. They can't have any problems. Li never thought that Tubo would give them military horses. After all, they were enemies. Tubo wanted technology, not to support the enemy. He wanted to dig out as much as he could. It was useless to kill Tubo's envoys. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. They said that they want you to demonstrate how to make a rainbow appear in a glass and half a glass of water. Otherwise, they won't approve of your question. Li Qingqi also wanted to know, but he resisted the urge to ask. When they buy all the cows and horses, I'll demonstrate it to them. It's actually quite simple, Li Yi said with a smile. The provincial governors of Danzhou, Cheongzhou, Yazhou, Wananzhou, and Jinzhou are still local people. Li Qingqi was talking about serious matters. Tubo was a small matter. The Tang dynasty in Hainan Island had 5 provinces. They used local people as provincial governors. They couldn't collect rent, only tribute. Although the local people were poor, the tribute was not bad. There were gold, silver, pearls, tortoise shell, Kuan cloth, colorful rattan, and Zhan Tongxiang. Zhan Tongxiang was medicine. Every year, they would collect some and send it to Li Longji. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty couldn't control the local people at all. The population was small, and they lived in remote areas. Although it was called a county, it was actually a village. When officials were sent from other places, the officials refused. The officials could actually refuse the appointment. After they collected the tribute, they sent people to cross the Cheongzhou Strait and send it to Laizhou by boat. If anyone wanted to make trouble, the Tang dynasty would send troops to suppress them. There were only a few people in total, so they were defeated in one fight. After the fight, the local people promised not to make trouble and return to their original state. If they really couldn't do it, they would all run to the mountains. Most people couldn't adapt to the tropical climate. Use our official position to establish our authority. By giving things, take the old newspapers and teach the locals how to read. Li Yi refused to let the locals govern the locals, and the imperial court could never interfere. When they were given something, the locals cheered and divided it among themselves. Then it was still the appointed locals who were supported. It's troublesome to deal with the local officials. They were dissatisfied with being stripped of their official positions, so they're stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Li Qingqi was troubled by this. Let them enter Chang and reward them. The imperial court can't send one person to be the provincial governor of a province. They have to send a team. Li Yi was very familiar with dealing with the old forces. He transferred them out, gave them higher positions, and could even enter Chang and to meet His Majesty. Each province would send a team to take over all the positions. Was the handover of government affairs troublesome in the past? Li Qingqi had another question. There's no need to hand it over. Bring a lot of things with you. How much money could they have in the past? Just treat it as nothing and start over. Li Yi shook his head with a smile. The locals were poor. How many things could be accumulated in a county that were worth 100 grams? I can give you 10,000 grams, but I don't want 100 grams. Li Qingqi also laughed. I always forget about the local situation. I'm afraid that after planting pepper, someone will invade and incite the local people. Choose the local people to form an army. Tell them that they are His Majesty's private army. Send the toilet water in batches, including the medicine to treat malaria. There are poisonous snakes in the local area. Unfortunately, I can't go there to extract the serum. Send the poisonous snakes back and make the serum. The preservation time is short. Use realgar and garlic. There are actually snake repellents in the local area. At this point, Li Yi stopped hesitating. After eating 2 mouthfuls of food, he said, "There's a rich iron mine there. The local people don't know about it. Otherwise, we can directly mine it. The simple smelting method can be used for weapons." Li Qingqi. There's also a lot of copper. There's a good copper mine with a high copper content. Li Yi added. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. Li Yi was hesitating just now, but now he looked worried. Brother Yi, it's too far away. You can't dig there. Otherwise, if other people know about it, they will find a way to fight. Li Qingqi still had some political wisdom. Yes, then forget it. I won't tell you. Li Yi expressed his understanding. Hainan was the southernmost, far away from Chang'an. There were already 2 iron mines there, which were enough for the Tang dynasty to use. Copper could now be used to print money, but its status was lower. Li Qingqi left with a belly full of worries. Before he left, he went to see the students to see what they were learning. There are copper and iron mines there. The content is very high. Li Qingqi found Li Longji and told him about the mines there. Don't mind, don't tell. Li Longji thought that other people would fight for it. The students of Zhuangzi High School are practicing the poetry and current affairs. In terms of business tax, navy, economic and cultural exchange with chitin and military research. Li Qingqi changed the topic. It's good to have a good harvest. Li Longji smiled. This year's topic was set. He knew that the 220 students were not good at literature. No matter how hard they worked, they were not as talented as others. The most precious thing for them was to learn new knowledge from Li Yi, such as physics, chemistry, biology, special arithmetic, and economic knowledge. The Tang dynasty needed this kind of officials. They just needed to make do with their essays. I'm just afraid that they didn't memorize it well. If they didn't even get AB grade, they can only be officials of the 9 sects. Li Qingqi was worried. He was afraid that the students would not do well in the most basic subjects. No, in the Li family Zhuangzi, the conditions are good. If they can't memorize, their other talents will be mediocre. Li Longji insisted that they must memorize what should be memorized. Li Qingqi had no choice. He sent someone to tell Li Yi's answer to Tubo's envoy. 5,000 cows and horses? That's a lot of money. Fortunately, there is no spring plowing now. Many people can't afford to raise cows and horses, so they sell them. Lying on the bed, Isinba analyzed the price of the cows and horses. Buqiao was worried. I'm afraid that Li Yi will announce it. When we wait for the horses, the price will be too high. He won't. Isinba said firmly, if we only buy 5,000 cows and horses, the seller will raise the price. Those who are bought will be happy, but those who are not bought will lower the price. If they lower the price, they won't be satisfied. If they don't lower the price, they won't be able to sell them. They hate Li Yi. Li Yi will lose more than he gains. Since Li Yi is afraid, why don't we help him spread the news? Bu Qiao found an opportunity to trick Li Yi. If we spread the news, we will have to pay several times more. We can't afford it. If we buy the cows and horses Li Yi wants, we will have to spend tens of thousands of dollars. Isimba looked at his leg. He was very dissatisfied with Bu Qiao. He was so timid. He was afraid of Li Yi's revenge, so he broke his own man's leg. Bu Qiao acted as if he didn't know. He smiled. Li Yi gave us a reason to change the compensation to a competition. It will be easier to explain when we go back. I don't believe that he can make a rainbow with a glass and half a glass of water. Isimba had tried many times but failed. He didn't think that Li Yi could do it. If he can't, can we still give him the cows and horses? Bu Qiao didn't want to give them. This was because the assassination had nothing to do with him. He didn't give the order and didn't know anything about it. Let's see what he has to say. Isimba decided to throw the problem to Li Yi. Chapter 613. On the 15th night of the first lunar month, the cooperative vegetable farmers, living in the Zhang family village, rushed to the city with their families. The Zhang family village considerately gave each of them a lantern. They swayed the lanterns in different colors. I want to go to Uncle's place to watch the water curtain show. Empress Wang held her son and didn't want to attend the Imperial City Festival. I can go to Brother Yi's place any time. Li Longji had the same idea as Empress Wang, but he couldn't leave. He had to find a reason to keep his wife. Yes, in a few days, go to Li family Zhuangzi to watch the water curtain. Empress Wang glanced at her son. The little guy was tired and sleeping. He would wake up naturally in the middle of the night, feed him, change his diaper, and watch the fireworks. Li Qingqi was also in Baifu Palace, along with several other brothers. Li Longji planned to let his father go to the Imperial City Gate Tower. He was no longer afraid that someone would compete with him. Others couldn't use his father and brothers, but was the Winged Knights just a decoration? Retired Emperor Li Dan was in a good mood. He could finally reach a real consensus with his son and didn't have to worry about him in the future. The other four kings looked at their eldest brother, Li Qingqi, with gratitude. They knew that Li Qingqi went to the imperial plantation that day and met Li Yi. From then on, Li Longji would no longer think about usurping the throne. Li Yi was like a god. He kept taking things out. He even helped the empress. It seemed that Li Yi's purpose was very clear, which was to support the stability of the imperial family. After the birth of the imperial son, Li Yi began to change his approach. He changed from making small inventions to promoting the policies of the imperial court. Not only did he start to collect business taxes in some areas, but he also supported the war and now dealt with foreign affairs. They felt that the young man was omnipotent. As long as he wanted to, he could do it. The three prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Appointments, the Imperial Physician Office, and the Minister of Rights were all around him. Oh, there was also the Agriculture Temple and the Honglu Temple. It seemed that except for the Ministry of Justice, no other department could get rid of Li Yi's influence. As long as he moved, the imperial court would follow and the envoys would be on tenterhooks. He single-handedly stirred up the winds and clouds of change. Many commoners of the capital government erected a longevity memorial tablet for him in their homes. The result was that these kings would be safe and would not be killed. Good person Li Yi. Li Yi, who had helped other families get along, stood in front of the mixer and put on his headphones. The projector was ready, and the 3 water screens were arranged in front of the Li family Zhuangzi, the migrant workers' settlement area, and outside the Baishui Bridge. The water screen was so big that it could be used as a big screen. In front of the water screen in Zhuangzi, there was a stage. Xianyan and the others were singing and dancing there. There was also a microphone. The carbon dioxide fogging equipment was only available on the stage, including all kinds of lights. The gate of Chang and was open and would not be closed tonight. Whoever had the ability to lead an army and fight their way in, the throne would be given to him. The 16 guards had undergone additional training, and their battle prowess had increased. The winged knights ran back and forth. The imperial city and the Li family Zhuangzi's hot air balloons rose into the sky. The Li family Zhuangzi's sky monkey, divine flame crow, fire dragon out of water, and other weapons were placed in suitable positions. Li Longji had decided that from today onwards, the gate would not be closed unless there was a special situation. There were enough troops and weapons. When he returned to Xingqing Palace at night, the gate would be open. At the gate, he and the Li family Zhuangzi had arranged for people to go out. He could go out whenever he wanted, and he could come back from the Li family Zhuangzi in the middle of the night. It was safe. The Li family Zhuangzi was there, and they could form a triangle with Xingqing Palace. If someone wanted to attack Xingqing Palace, the Li family Zhuangzi would immediately send out troops. The distance between the two places was short, and the barracks could be continuous. If there were any enemy troops coming from other places, they would quickly go out and go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The gate was open, and the commoners were at a loss. They heard that the Li family Zhuangzi had a special performance that could be seen from far away. They also wanted to see the lanterns in the imperial city. The commoners who lived near the east gate made a choice and went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Because the Li family Zhuangzi had a big banquet, there were many tables outside, and the food would be sent up. In the imperial city, people had to pay for their own food. At the same time, there were many people, and it was so crowded that they couldn't find their own table. The commoners came over, found a good place, sat down, and took their own food. It was all barbecued meat skewers and warm wine. The captives were also there. There were nearly 12,000 captives, and they were allowed to eat barbecued meat skewers and drink a bowl of yellow wine. It was agreed that if there was a problem today, a team would shoot and kill on the spot. Everything was gradually arranged. The lights were turned on, and with a bang, the water curtain rose. Under the illumination of the lights, the water curtain's color changed. Even the children who went with Li Yi showed a surprised expression again. Li Yi nodded to the band. The band's Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon prelude sounded, and Li Yi worked on a sound mixer. The sound systems were almost synchronized. The scene on the stage was projected on the water curtain, and the lights were shot out. The camera position was adjusted, and the newbie director was in a hurry. A male and female host appeared, each with a microphone. Welcome everyone to the Li family Zhuangzi's performance on the 15th day of the first lunar month. The female host smiled sweetly. Yes, it is the night of the Shangyuan festival. It is my honor to be able to enjoy the performance with everyone. The male host also smiled. The surrounding people didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were frightened. Such a big person was showing his face on the stage. The song we are listening to now is Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon, composed by Li Dongzhu. The female host said, "That's right, so today's first performance is Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon." The male host followed. After the two announced the performance, they walked back. Boom! Carbon dioxide spewed out, and the stage was filled with smoke. "Wa la wa la," someone among the southwestern barbarian captives shouted. After shouting, this person directly knelt down and touched the ground with his forehead. The surrounding people followed suit and knelt down. When the dance of Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon started, all the southwestern barbarian captives knelt down. Even some of the commoners trembled and knelt down with them. After kneeling for a while, the commoners felt uncomfortable, so they got up and sat back down to continue watching the performance. The southwestern barbarian captives knelt there and raised their heads to watch the performance, not daring to get up. They felt that this was the power of the gods, and it wasn't something they could face directly. The 390 Chitons sat obediently with their eyes wide open, and their expressions were a little flustered. They weren't familiar with the water curtain projection, and they weren't affected by it. Everything they saw in front of them was something they didn't think could be done by humans. The dance on the stage continued, and each of the everyone tried their best to express their emotions through the dance. Their movements were graceful, their stillness was tranquil. Their movements were graceful, and their steps were like lotuses. The camera panned to the band, and the girls in the band were equally beautiful. Whichever instrument the main melody was on, the camera would focus on that position. When the camera panned to the band from afar, the band played in unison. The audience was mesmerized by the performance, and they didn't feel the cold of the night. They also forgot that they were near the Li family Zhuangzi. It was as if they were in a celestial palace, forgetting to eat or drink. Even when the performance of Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon ended, they were still in a daze. Clap, clap, clap. Li Yi had no choice but to lead the applause. When the farmer saw Dong Zhu clapping, he said, "Let's clap together." The others understood and followed suit. Amidst the applause, the male and female hosts went on stage again. Chapter 614. The program wasn't over yet. There were crosstalk skits, pantomimes, poetry recitals, solo musical instruments, small ensembles, and other dances. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi even performed a large-scale children's stage play. The captives were woken up by someone. If they continued to kneel, they would fall sick. The ground was cold. In the middle of the night, fireworks bloomed. Some people couldn't take it anymore. They were so tired that they lay on the table and were sent to their barracks to rest by the Chenyo guards. At dawn, the program ended. The Li family Zhuangzi delivered hot soup, steamed buns, and side dishes. Buckets of hot water were brought over. Everyone went to the toilet, washed up, and ate. The audience from other places were each given a towel and a toothbrush. After eating, everyone went back home. They were energetic again. When they went back together, they talked about which program was better. Those who did not go to watch the Li family Zhuangzi's show were even more exaggerated about that scene. There was no court meeting today. Li Longji held a small one. The main topic was the arrangement of officials in Laizhou, Cheongzhou, Jinzhou, and other places. In such a distant place, there was no competition for official positions. Li Longji could decide who would be the official. Yao Chong listened to each name and found that they were all very capable people. Their official positions weren't high, but they were very efficient. He was a little reluctant. He couldn't guess Li Longji's intentions. In the past, he could observe people's expressions. He was similar to Gao Lisher. He could roughly guess what Li Longji was thinking. Recently, he was becoming more and more confused. What did he mean by throwing good officials to the south? I heard that last night the Li family Zhuangzi went out of the water curtain sky flower. I don't know how he did it, but he put people's figures on the water. He could go as far as he wanted and as close as he wanted. Zhang Shuo told the two of them on the way back to the government hall. Yao Chong coughed. It's a small trick. It's not helpful to the big picture. What this old man saw was the Li family's farmstead supporting the meat skewers of more than 30,000 people. Lu Huaishan folded his hands in his sleeves. That's right. This morning he made a lot of steamed buns. For more than 30,000 people, the Li family Zhuangzi provided meat skewers and charcoal during the day. That night, some people finished making the buns and mixed the stuffing. Wrap it up and steam it before dawn, and the soup would be easy. It's much better than the mutton soup that Xie Shui provided for the 16 guards. There's no need to eat skewers and steamed buns when fighting on the front lines. Zhang Shuo reacted. That's right. The Li family Zhuangzi's logistics were even better. How was this a performance on the 15th day of the first lunar month? It was clearly showing off. Who was he doing this for? If serving the mutton soup once wasn't enough, he had to perform again. How did you make steamed buns so fast? Wei Zhigu caught up from behind. He was now the Minister of Works and was willing to pursue skills. Did he figure out something new again? Was it for sale? Collect taxes. Baigu appeared from the other side. Baigu was in good spirits and did not look sick at all. Since last night, your Ministry of Revenue has collected more than 1 million 260,000 yuan in taxes in the first 15 days of the new year. It's time for you to allocate funds to my Ministry of Works. When Wei Jigu saw Bai Gu, he asked for money. Bai Gu dodged to the side. It's just that the new year is special. After the new year, we won't have that kind of money. As he spoke, he looked warily at Yao Chong. Yao Chong was also the Minister of War. What would the Ministry of War do if they needed money? Why are you looking at me? I don't want to fight. I only want to be on guard. Yao Chong explained his strategy. Don't you need money to be on guard? Bai Gu muttered. Have you figured out the method of releasing water into a glass to create a rainbow? Lu Huaishan tried to smooth things over. Today, the Kaitans invited Li Yi to perform. The Kaitans bought 2,900 horses and 2,100 cows. They spent a lot of money. The Li family, Zhuangzi, can't afford to raise them. Bai Gu didn't want to provoke Yao Chong, so he changed the topic. He can't afford to raise the cows and horses he got from you, Huaida's caravan. He gave them all away. Others only need to provide food. Zhang Shuo helped. The topic completely changed. It was about what to do with the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock. Wei Jigu found that it had nothing to do with the Ministry of Works, so he said, Li Yi is deliberately helping the common people. He even wants to release the newly arrived cows and horses. Minister Yao, Minister Lu, Minister Zhang, Minister Wei, Minister Bai, Li Yi is here. He's outside the imperial city. Prepare to receive the cows and horses. A small yellow door ran over to find Yao Chong. When he saw the group, he shouted, Go, 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 let's go take a look. Yao Chong had been thinking about how to create a rainbow. He had finally reached the crucial moment. Under the protection of the guards, they arrived at Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the imperial city. Many common people were watching. The cows and horses were divided into two groups. They were lined up very far from Vermilion Bird Avenue. Many of the common people were waiting for Li Yi to win and rent the livestock. Li Yi sat on the shaft of the ambulance under the protection of the Wing Knights and Zhuangzi. He held a glass cup in his hand. The glass cup was half filled with water. This cup was the one he had sent over, so the water had naturally been changed. The foreign envoys stood there waiting. They wanted to see how Li Yi would operate it. Li Yi placed the cup on the opposite side of the shaft and took out a violin. Shall I play a song for everyone? Li Yi asked with a smile. Li Yi, Rainbow. Isinba, who had been carried over, was not in the mood to listen to music. I know Rainbow. Today's sun is good. I'll play a serenade for you. Li Yi raised his head to look at the sun. The song he played had nothing to do with the sun. Buqiao sneered, Li, Dong, Zhu, if you can't do it, then the cows and horses won't be given to you. I'll just play a few songs. Li Yi insisted on playing. As he spoke, he played one song after another. He felt like he could not stop. His fingers were a little stiff. It was cold outside. After more than an hour, everyone was getting impatient. Li Yi put down the violin and put his hands in front of his mouth. He felt that it was not warm enough. He unbuttoned his down jacket and stuffed it into his arms. After a while, he picked up the glass cup. The water inside had frozen. He put his hands on it to warm it up. After a while, he put his hands in his arms to warm them up. After a while, the ice in the glass melted. When he shook the glass, the ice moved with it. He turned the glass upside down and took out the ice. He looked at it under the sun and processed the ice at the edge of the glass. He changed the angle of the glass and put it in. He stretched his hand out horizontally. The glass with the ice was facing the sun. Different colors appeared on his hand. Look, is it okay? If it's okay, I'll put it down. It's too cold. He continued to adjust the angle and told everyone. The people who came closer to watch were speechless. Yao Chong looked at it, closed his eyes, and opened them again. Cut the ice to make a circle. Hold it up to the sun and use it as a shadow to create fire. Today, I'll use ice to create a rainbow. It's simple. He knew that a rainbow could be created by adjusting the angle of the ice. But why didn't he think of it? He only thought about the water and the glass cup? Boisjeu and Isimba looked at each other with bitter faces. It was indeed simple. Why didn't they think of it? They admitted it. There was no other way. Then I'll take the cows and horses. Li Yi was full of smiles. Li Dongzhu, our other competition. Boisjeu hurriedly brought up the important matter. Ah, I know you're not convinced. Li Yi interrupted them. He shook the ice in the glass cup. How about this? Let's do it again. How about 50,000 coins? If you win, I'll compete with you immediately. If you lose, give me 50,000 coins. It's still a glass cup and half a glass of water. If you're not allowed to freeze, how can you create a rainbow? Do you want to bet? Li Yi said the same thing about a rainbow and looked at the Tubo people. The Tubo people began to sweat.